nays and abstentions, just so we pick them up separate.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. All right, members of the commission, we are now live for the HPC work session. So for our applicants and members of the public, this is not yet the public hearing. We will let you know when the public hearing starts. This is just the work session, which is a conversation between the staff and the commissioners about any agenda items tonight or any work program items that are pending. So we're live. Before I turn it over to Bob and Karen, we haven't had an all virtual meeting together for quite some time. So for commissioners, if you would like to, I guess, be recognized by the chair, just as a reminder, the way to do it in the toolbar, there's the raise your hand feature. I'm going to practice that right now for me, and Karen did it for her as well. So you can see, right, exactly, we have the yellow boxes. And then if you click on the people, the little person that says people on it, and you can see all the people in this meeting, so you can see the order in which people have raised their hands. Karen, can you see that feature?
Yes, I just turned it on.
Okay, great. So Karen will use that to recognize people in the order that you raise your hand. And then when you're done, please lower your hand. If you don't remember to lower your hand, that's fine. I will do it for you. So we move through the queue for Karen.
How do you lower your hand? Just click on the hand again?
Yes.
Just click on the hand again.
Is there some reason we don't see everybody? A lot of these, we just have a little icon, but we don't see the people.
That is so we have a large meeting this evening. We have 25 people. So with all the tiles, you are not going to be able to see everybody who has their camera on, which is why it is important to use that raise your hand feature so we don't miss you when you want, to talk. When we start presenting, only staff who are presenting will have their cameras on. The rest of us will have our camera off, but we will still be here. And Kevin just noted, if you look at the very bottom of the screen, there is a little 1/2 with an arrow next to it. You can toggle back and forth between one bunch of people and then a second bunch of people, but everybody is on the call together whether or not you can see them. Does that make sense? Hopefully. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Before we start, I have a problem with my laptop, and it, for unknown reasons, quits right in the middle for no reason. So if that happens, I guess I would just have to reapply and log in again through Kevin. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Great. If you're having real problems, James, and you are not able to rejoin the meeting, you can send me an email. I will have my email up, but also within the Teams invitation, there is a phone number and a password. You can always call into the meeting on your phone, but you won't be able to see the presentations or anything like that, obviously, unless you have a smartphone where you could also join via the link.
Well, we'll see how long I can get through this meeting. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
And I would suggest that if you're not speaking, mute your mic, particularly if there's somebody else in the house with you or pets or whatever. Just the mic will pick them up.
Yes. Okay. So tonight we're hearing two regular agenda items, D and J. Then we are hearing 5 preliminary consultations. We are hearing the tax credit group 6. We anticipate we're going to get the tax credits done in September. That's the goal, and we're nearly there. So the final approval out will be in September. We have 2 sets of meeting minutes. I had hoped to present this evening a discussion of our FY26 budget and request and the historic preservation work program for FY25, but this will be such a late evening that we will do that in September. Those are all my notes for this evening.
Okay, well, let me just, everybody, I will be the chair for just a short time. I'll go through, I'll start the meeting, I'll go through introductions, and then I will turn the meeting over to Karen. And I will mute my microphone and turn off my camera because I have to move around. And then when I'm not moving around, I have to be in the supine position, which is not very professional looking. But I will be in on the meeting as long as I can. And when a vote's needed, I will vote. And here we go.
Can I suggest that because this is going to be a very long meeting, that we take a break between the hops and the preliminaries, and then possibly, depending on how the preliminaries go, we've got 5 of them or 6 of them?
5.
5. Okay, so maybe
only 5. My goodness.
Yeah, so maybe after 2 or 3, we ask if we need to take a quick break.
Okay. I agree. I think that's a good idea to take 5, and we'll pause the live stream for 5 minutes. People get up, stretch, move around, or if you want to call a break for 10, obviously you'll be the chair. So however long you say, that's how long we'll pause for. Okay. Any technical questions or anything from commissioners about any of the items this evening that we would not otherwise address at the public hearing?
The house, the new house, in, which one is it?
Oh, the one in oh gosh. I know what
Menlo
you
You
mean.
mean
Avenue?
Menlo Avenue?
Yes.
Which one? I'm sorry.
The Menlo Avenue house that we looked at in
Yes.
January?
Yes.
Yes, yes. That is the same owner, but a different architect.
Dan, can you?
Same owner, yes. I don't know. There's a different architect stamped on the plans, and whether that's because the original one is out of state, I don't know. You can ask the applicant that, but it
That's a
is
valid point. Yeah.
it is the same owner.
Okay, thank you.
My impression was that the son did the designing, and I don't know that he can stamp it yet. Maybe that's why it's that way.
That's a valid point. And the Magruder blacksmith shop, that's the same owner, but is it actually occupied, or is it just still kind of?
No, that's under restoration right now. They're still doing work. They were doing
Okay.
repointing when I was out there last week.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody do anything fun on your summer vacation? Anything you'd like to share?
I got a new knee.
I went to New York City and played tourist in Brooklyn, and I'd never been to Brooklyn. And I would say the high point of my trip was going to the New York Subway System Transit Museum.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is an absolutely cool place to go. It is in an not abandoned, but it's in an old subway station they don't use anymore. And they have wonderful exhibits on how the tunnels were constructed in the beginning, and then as they kept adding to them. And down on the platform level, they have one each of all the different types of cars that they have used since the very beginning, with appropriately aged advertising in them. So it is just a really, I loved it. I had such a good time in that. It's such a nerdy place. And then they've got sections that are really set up for small children too. So the kids were having a blast.
This is
Right?
James. I did my hike across Switzerland, 240 miles. I started in Lake Constance at Roschach, which is outside of east of Zurich, and I walked through the hillside and the mountains, and I ended up in Geneva. Took me 24 days of mountains and meeting people that don't speak English, and it was truly unique experience. So that was my big adventure for the summer. Yeah.
Cool.
Karen, was this museum, so if it was below ground at the subway level, so it was all like conditioned space though,
yes.
right?
Yeah. Because the New York subways are not comfortable. The stations are not. This one was. It was the only cool station in the whole of New York that weekend, which was in the middle of a heat wave. So that was one of the pluses of that museum.
Oh. Did anybody know anybody or have any friends or family competing in or visiting the Olympics that just wrapped up?
No, but Katie Ledecky goes to my church, the Little Flower,
Really?
Mhm.
Cool.
and I sat next to her and her mother at the Wild Tomato Restaurant, right next door, and I kind of didn't want to stare, but I glimpsed over from time to time.
Cool.
We had a lot of local folks over there.
We did. Maryland and Montgomery County were really well represented. And I saw this summer on the news too that there was a new statue of Dominique Dawes that was unveiled down at the Wheaton at the Civic Center at the Veterans Plaza, and that she was there with her kids. I think she got like 3 or 4 little kids now to see their mom's statue unveiled. It was very cool.
Whoa.
Mhm.
Very cool.
Yeah. Neat.
Well, and if you ever get to go to Paris, I can also recommend that the subway museum down there, not the subway, the sewer museum is a really interesting place to tour.
Oh, interesting.
And their subways are actually fairly decent,
Yeah.
unlike New York's.
Makes you appreciate ours.
Right. What I love, you get on a New York subway, it's 100 degrees outside and 150 degrees in the subway.
Well, my kids have already made me promise to take them to Los Angeles 2028.
Oh dear. I guess that's better than, what's the next one in Australia, right?
I think
Brisbane?
Brisbane is 2032, maybe?
Yikes.
Yeah.
That's so far off.
Yeah, I don't have to worry about that one.
Karen,
So-
my subway experience in Paris is I was pickpocketed. I
Oh,
lost
lovely.
my passport, all my money, and all my credit cards.
Well, aren't you lucky?
Yeah,
That's
it was
horrible.
an amazing experience. Let
Oh,
me
that's
tell you.
That is horrible.
And I was leaving for a cross-country hike across France at that time. I had no cards and no money. So anyway, things worked out eventually.
That's tough.
The embassy was very helpful. I got a temporary passport within 6 hours. You know,
Wow.
they're very quick. You can get them. And then I got all my cards replaced, and I was able to get some cash, so worked out okay. But the subways are very, very dangerous. You can get pickpocketed very easily in Paris.
Yep. Rome's not so good either that way. Okay. How we doing for time?
We're at 6:57. So while we're waiting, real quick, Chris, have you been able to get in touch with Gus?
I emailed him, but he has not emailed back.
Okay.
So I don't know
So
if I think if he doesn't join the meeting, 7:30, 7:45, I guess I can give him a call. I have his cell phone number. Yes, I can give him a call.
okay, great. That's a good idea. How about when we get past the first case at 1D, if he hasn't joined yet, then while Dan is doing 1J, if you can just give Gus a call on the phone to get him
Okay.
to join. Great, thank you. Okay.
And while I'm running, once Bob signs off and I start running the meeting, Jeff is going to be my vice. Okay.
Yes, and
Yeah.
don't forget to let me rattle through the
The hops.
cases.
And make all the motions.
Jeff and Karen, did you get the Excel sheet that I emailed this afternoon with all of the speakers?
Yes.
Okay, great. So
7 minutes for the applicants and their agents, but that's 1 7-minute block, correct?
yes, it is 7 minutes for the applicant team. And then we have, for the Barnesville Road case, we have one organization. We have Leslie Seville representing the Boyd's Historical Society, so that is 5 minutes. And then for prelim 2D, we have an adjacent owner, Mr. Bass, who gets 3 minutes.
Okay.
Now, I do not have the timer that we have in the auditorium. So what I will do is I will set a timer on my phone and you guys will be able to hear the ringing, hopefully, but I will also put a note in the chat just noting the time. And then, of course, Karen, as the chair, it is your discretion how much extra time you would like to give people for their testimony.
And for the commissioners, let's all be mindful how long this meeting is going to be and consider that when you make comments.
Fair enough.
Be brief.
All right, we are at 7 o'clock. So just a reminder for our applicants and members of the public, when we're going to start with the consent agenda, the chair will recognize your case and recognize you to speak when it is time to do so. And at that time, please unmute your microphone and you can turn on your video, but please remain muted and with your cameras off until you are recognized by the chair. All right, it is now 7 o'clock. So can turn it over to the chair and we can begin whenever you are ready.
Good evening and welcome to the Montgomery County Historic Preservation Commission meeting for August 14th, 2024. My name is Bob Sutton. I'm the chair and I would like for all commission members and staff to introduce themselves.
Jeffrey Haynes.
Karen Burdett.
Michael
James
Galloway.
Newman.
James, could we have you go one more time? I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Dolman.
Zara Nasser.
Mark Diminiani.
Rebecca Ballo, Historic Preservation Staff.
Dan Brugert, Historic Preservation Staff.
Chris Berger, Preservation Staff.
Laura DiPasquale, Historic Preservation Staff.
Thank you very much. I'm going to do something relatively unusual. I am going to step aside and turn the chair over to our Deputy Chair, Karen Burdett.
Thank you, Bob. We are going to start with the historic area work permits, and of those permits, we're going to start with those on the consent agenda that have had no opposition and can be approved on just a one vote. So if you'll hold still, we're going to run through these as is our process. And if there is anybody perchance that wants to speak to any of the ones we're about to go through, you better contact staff right away. Otherwise, they are going to be approved on consent. We will be hearing 2 cases tonight, 2 hops. One is at 7209 Willow Avenue, Tacoma Park. The other is at 15100 Barnesville Road at Boyd's, and they will be handled after we get through the consent agenda when the applicants can speak. All right, so let's start with the consent items. 1A at 23717 Woodfield Road, Gaithersburg. Hold on, am I doing this right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes, I'm doing this right. Okay. 1B at 9 West Kirk Street, Chevy Chase. 1C at 9 Montgomery Avenue, Tacoma Park. 1E at 111 Elm Avenue, Tacoma Park. 1F at 17501 Barnesville Road, Barnesville. 1G at 10410 Fawcett Street, Kensington. 1H at 10406 Fawcett Street, Kensington. 1I at 7406 Maple Avenue, Tacoma Park. 1K at 25 Montgomery Avenue, Tacoma Park.
Madam Chair, hearing no objections, I move that we approve the following historic area work permits in accordance with staff reports based upon the record before us in consideration of the recommendations of the local advisory panels and including conditions recommended by staff.
Do I have this? Look, continue.
Hop number 1067618 at 23717 Woodfield Road, Gaithersburg. Hop number 1077108 retroactive at 9 West Kirk Street, Chevy Chase. Hop number 1077148 at 9 Montgomery Avenue, Tacoma Park. Hop number 1076445 at 111 Elm Avenue, Tacoma Park. Hop number 1078219 at 17501 Barnesville Road, Barnesville. Hop number 1078651 retroactive at 10410 Fawcett Street, Kensington. Hop number 1076855 retroactive at 10406 Fawcett Street, Kensington. Hop number 1071301 at 7406 Maple Avenue, Tacoma Park. And hop number 1070502 at 25 Montgomery Avenue, Tacoma Park.
Do I have a second on this motion?
It's Commissioner Dolman. I
This is
second
Commissioner
it.
Dominiani. I would second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Are there any
Aye.
nays? Are there any abstentions? Then these hops are approved under the consent agenda. The applicants the staff will be talking to the applicants on what to do next. We do appreciate the fact that these hops were so easily approved, and we are also appreciative of the staff for reviewing them and getting them to us in this manner. We will now move on to hops that we will be hearing tonight. The first one is 1D at 7209 Willow Avenue, Tacoma Park.
Madam Vice Chair,
Yes,
before we call this item, I just need to confirm for the record that all of the hops on the agenda tonight were duly advertised in the July 31st edition of the Washington Times.
thank you. Okay, item 1D, 7209 Willow Avenue, Tacoma Park. We have 3 speakers tonight, or 3, the applicant is Brian
Spinazzola.
Spinazzola. Thank you very much.
I am not the applicant. I am the solar advisor for the applicant.
Okay, and Elizabeth Cohn and Judith Applebaum. You, as the applicant team, will have 7 minutes to make a presentation or a case.
Madam Vice Chair, if I may, we begin with the staff presentation, which we have queued up for you right now.
You're absolutely right. I do apologize. Please proceed.
This is a HOP application for the installation of solar panels on the second floor roof at 7209 Willow Avenue. It's a craftsman style building constructed in the 1910s and is an outstanding resource in the Tacoma Park Historic District. The Tacoma Park Guidelines, County Code, Secretary of the Interior Rehab Standards, and the HPC solar policy apply. Here is the existing building as seen from Willow Avenue right of way. Again, the panels are proposed for the second story roofs. Note the presence of the lower pitch dormer roofs on either side. You can see in this photo here and the dormer roof over here. On the left is a site plan showing the location of the 21 proposed solar panels in 5 different arrays. And on the right is a roof plan. Again, all panels will be on the second floor roof. The equipment will be on the left side elevation up here. Near the front wall plane, the 1-story front porch roof is not drawn on these plans, but the 1-story rear roofs, which are drawn, they're not proposed to have any panels. On the left are the specifications for the panels, each to measure 5.65 by 3.72 feet, and on the right are the mounting details. The HPC solar panel policy applies. The first item lists the preferred locations for panels on the rear of the property, on non-historic building additions, on accessory structures, or in-ground mounted arrays. For this application, the panels will be on none of those locations. So moving on to number 2, if it's not feasible to install on one of the aforementioned locations because of resource orientation or other site limitations, and under number 3, the roof isn't architecturally significant or character defining feature or slate or tile, and the panels won't damage the historic character of the resource or the historic fabric, then under number 4, the public is better served by approving the HOP. Staff supports the 18 panels proposed on the dormers and rear portion of the second story roof. Those are the panels clouded in red on the aerial on the screen. The panels will be up so high and set far enough back from the right-of-way to minimize their visibility. The lower pitch of the dormer roofs will also help limit their visibility in keeping with the guidelines and Chapter 24A8B1 and 2. The panels will not substantially alter the exterior features of the historic resource within the historic district and are compatible with the district's character. Now moving on to the 3 panels right here. Staff does not support the installation of those 3 panels closest to the front wall plane. As an outstanding resource, the guidelines instruct that the subject property is to receive the highest level of design review. Unlike the 18 panels proposed farther back on the roof, these 3 panels at the roof's edge toward the front wall plane will be more readily visible to passersby. The 3 panels will be prominently visible from the right-of-way, located about 25 feet away, and the proposed placement of the array forward of the historic chimney, which is right over here, will adversely alter the exterior features of the historic site or historic resource in the historic district and will be incompatible to the character of the historic property, not meeting Chapter 24A8B1 and 2 and the HPC's solar policy. Solar panels are an established feature on the roofs of nearby residences, but in all instances, the panels were set back from the front wall plane to minimize their visibility. This is an oblique aerial from earlier this year, and the subject property is starred down here in the corner. 2022, the HPC approved 34 panels on the roof of an outstanding resource across the street from the subject property at 7212 Willow. Staff had the authority to approve those because the panels were not readily visible from the right-of-way. And then last year, the HPC approved the installation of 28 panels on the contributing resource next door at 7207 Willow Avenue. The building has a 1-story front-oriented gable roof with panels installed to either side that are visible from the right-of-way, but they are set back. And then this is a non-contributing resource at 7205 Willow. It also has panels that are visible from the right-of-way. Staff recommended 2 conditions in the staff report. The first, that the 3 panels proposed toward the front wall plane cannot be installed. The applicant has the option to instead install panels on the 1-story rear additions, but only after staff reviews and approves a revised plan. And the second, the applicant must provide a plan to show how the conduit will extend from the load center to the panels on the roof. The conduit cannot damage the eaves. So as proposed, the 21 panels will produce 94% of the home's energy needs. The 3 panels right up here toward the front wall plane will produce about 25% more energy each year than the other 18 panels farther back. However, the shade map provided by the applicant does indicate the potential for energy production on the 1-story rear additions where no panels are currently proposed. And this is a location that's preferred by the HPC solar policy. Staff sought details on the path of the conduit to installed from the load center here, which will be right here on the left side elevation close to the front wall plane. After the staff report was posted, the applicant said the conduit will go in through a 1-inch hole in the wood soffit and into the attic, and provided this diagram that shows the conduit path in purple extending along the front wall plane. Staff seeks your direction on the appropriateness of this conduit proposal. Any questions for staff?
This is Commissioner Burdett. As to the panels that are on the front that staff is not does not agree with, can they get the same electrical power from the 2 locations in the back with the same number of panels, or perhaps a few more?
I'm sure the applicant's consultant can confirm this. I do not believe they can get the same energy production from just 3 panels back here, but staff's recommended condition is that they install as many panels as they want on these rear 1-story roofs.
Thank you. Commissioner Doman, unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Dolman. Thank you. For staff, this house is designated as an outstanding resource. Had this not been an outstanding resource, would staff have approved the 3 panels on the front gable, sloping gable? Are we being more, I have no problem with it, but are we being more less lenient, I guess, because of this is a significant resource as opposed to other houses in the area?
Yes, because this is an outstanding resource, the highest level of review in the Tacoma Park Historic District, we are having a higher degree of review.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for staff?
Chris, you had said my Microsoft Teams app accidentally shut itself off and decided to restart. You asked if I could provide any information about moving panels to the back in the electrical
Mr.
output.
Spinizzola, you please wait until
Okay.
the commissioners call. You didn't miss your turn to give your
Okay.
presentation. Don't worry. We're just still in the part where the commissioners are asking questions of staff. Just hold on 1 more minute.
Commissioner Haynes, you have a question?
Yes, could you go back over where the power line from the roof, did you say it? I heard you say they were going to drill a hole in the soffit board and take it inside to the attic space, or no?
Yes, that is correct. That is the direction that we were given by the consultant. When Mr. Spinizzola has an opportunity to speak, hopefully he can elaborate on that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Demiani?
The question I was going to ask has just been answered. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no more questions from the commissioners, then we will move on to the applicant's presentation. And as I said earlier, it's the applicants Elizabeth Cohn and Judith Applebaum and the solar rep Brian Spinizzola. You have 7 minutes to make your presentation as a team.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I'm Judy Applebaum, and with me is my spouse, Betsy Cohn. We are the homeowners, as you heard, and our representative from Solar Energy World, Brian Spinazzola, is also here at the meeting. I'm going to address the issue of the panel locations, and then at the end, Brian can address the conduit location issue. First, let me say that we appreciate all of the work that the staff has done to be ready for this meeting, to review our proposal. Let me also say that we share the goal of preserving the historic character of our Tacoma Park neighborhood. In fact, before we landed on the proposal that you have in front of you, we rejected, with Betsy and I, several early designs from SEW that we thought put panels too close to the front edge of the roof or organized the panels in a visually unpleasing way. But we care about historic preservation, but we also want to do our part to reduce greenhouse gases and mitigate climate change, as we know the county does, as it recognized in its emergency climate mobilization resolution. And that's also a consideration that's reflected in the Commission's policy number 20-01 on the use of solar technology in a historically significant context. In fact, we were encouraged to see that where the HPC policy guidance shows, quote, examples of solar systems that meet the HPC guidance, there are photos, end of quote, there are photos of 2 houses that look a lot like ours and have panels in the same positions as our proposal, clearly visible from the street. Page 18, examples 2 and 4. So those meet the guidance, they according to the policy guidance. So given all of this, we're very disappointed that the staff says we must remove the 3 panels at the front of the house from our proposed solar design. These panels, as Chris actually noted, these panels, in response to a question, these panels would generate a significant portion of our system's energy production. And we want you to know that it's not so simple to just move them to the back of the house, an option the staff offers. We had the SEW engineers create some designs to do that and run the numbers for us. So let me walk through a couple of scenarios. If the panels were put in the highest energy producing position in the back, according to the engineers, they would be, it turns out, they would be right outside the windows of our back bedroom, which is also Betsy's home office, and produce an intolerable glare. So that's just unacceptable to us. With 3 panels in another position on the back that we tested, where it wouldn't be right outside the back windows, we'd lose around 600 kilowatt hours annually compared to our proposed design, while, if it's 3 panels, paying SEW the same amount. So I hope you can see why that's problematic for us. The staff says they support a design that just drops the 3 front panels, period, and uses 18 panels instead of 21. But we would like you to consider the energy and economic impacts of this. We'd lose, we would lose 1,387 kilowatt hours a year compared with our proposed design, which is a huge loss of renewable energy. We'd be pulling that energy from the grid instead of producing it with solar power, and we'd be paying PEPCO for it annually as well. In addition, in the area where we live, which happens to be in the DC feeder line, we get an SREC, a solar renewable energy credit, for every 1,000 kilowatt hours of power generated, and that's worth to us $445 a year right now. So we'd lose that money annually in addition to making PEPCO produce that energy with non-renewable sources. So that's a big loss of renewable energy as well as a big monetary cost to us over the years. So our preference is to get approval for our original design. We hear the staff's concerns and we respect them, of course, but that is our preference. And I tried to make the case for why that would be better. But if that's out of the question, we also have an alternative that we'd like you to consider. What if, instead of the 3 panels in front that we proposed, which the staff rejects, we put only 2 panels in front in a different location farther away from the street? We actually have a design that, Brian, if you could screen share that design, so you can see it while I'm talking. With that design, here we go. There it is. You see that the panels in the front, there are only 2 in the area closest to Willow Avenue on the left of that screen, and we've moved them back away from the edge. With that design, we'd still lose a significant kilowatt hours of solar energy compared with our original design, but we'd lose less than in the other scenarios that I described. So we respectfully suggest that this would be a reasonable way to balance the historic preservation interests with the climate change mitigation interests. And we'd like you to consider that and to tell us whether the commission would accept that design. And that's my part, Brian, if you want to address the conduit question that
Yes.
we have a couple more minutes.
Yes. So with regards to the conduit, just so everyone can get an idea of what we're going to be dealing with the electrical conduit. I know this is kind of a rather crude drawing, but this shows the proposed conduit run. Basically, we would be feeding a 1-inch diameter metal pipe out of the utility meter, and it would run up the side of the house here. Basically where there are already electrical wires that are feeding down the side of the house into the meter. So in terms of conduit visibility, it's going to be a absolutely minimal impact. I've seen a lot of homes with this conduit running up the side. It's very hard to see where it is unless you're looking for it specifically. It's going to run all the way up to the eave on the roof under the soffit. And then, as Chris stated, we would, create a small 1-inch diameter hole so that we can feed the conduit into the attic. And the reason we want to do an attic run for the conduit is that we do not have to run conduit on top of the shingles on top of the roof. In that scenario, the conduit would be somewhat visible, and obviously from a historical preservation perspective, we want to make the conduit as hidden as possible.
Madam Chair, you are muted.
Does that conclude the applicant's presentation?
Yes.
Okay, then if that's the case, are there any questions from the commissioners for the applicants? Raise your hands. All right, I have a question. But first, Commissioner Haynes, why don't you ask yours?
On the alternate solution, how far back from the rake of the roof would the solar panel be?
Ryan?
I believe it would be around 3 to 4 feet.
Okay, thank you.
And this is Commissioner Burdett. How does that differ from the original option?
Brian, how far back would it be from the edge in the original?
It would be about 3 to 4 feet back from the edge. The idea is just making it even less visible from the street. Obviously, it's not going to be all the way up against the edge, so it would be less visible for cars driving by for everybody to see.
I'm sorry, Brian. In the design that we submitted, the 3 that they have problems with, the 3 problematic panels, are much closer to the edge than the 2-panel version that we are offering as an alternative. And I think, if I understood the question, it's how much further back from the edge? What's the difference between the?
They would be 3 to 4 feet further back from the edge than the original design.
Understood. Thank you. My question was about the comment about the glare on the back roof outside the window. How do you know it's going to have a glare?
Well, we looked out the window and we could see that it would be that there's 2 windows that look right out onto that roof.
That roof line is essentially, it's an addition, and so it's actually at it's just below the
floor,
the windowsill. It's literally just below the windowsill, maybe about a foot or so. So it's would be looking straight out at that roof line.
And we talked to Brian about it, and he confirmed that that those panels would produce a glare.
So there's no way to mitigate the glare either through a treatment to the panels or through window treatments or glazing treatments.
Brian?
As far as I know, with regards to treating the panels, there's not really anything that we do to put on top of the panels to prevent glare. Glare off of a solar panel is usually not any type of an issue because they're on the homeowner's roof. But for customers that have multi-level roofs, there are and have been different scenarios where customers can get glare coming off of the solar panels. I can't speak to putting anything on the windows. That would be up to Judy and Betsy.
No. We have a very nice view out at trees in the back. we have, green space in between our house and the houses behind us and next to us. And so you look out there right now and it's very pleasant. And as Betsy tried to explain, it's the roof of an added screen porch that's one story, but it goes up above the first story ceiling. It goes up. And so the roof of it on that side is right outside, just a few feet above the windowsill of the second story bedroom, which is her office.
I understand. Commissioner Galloway?
Commissioner Galloway, on figure 9, you show on the upper roof, there are 3 columns, 4 rows for a total of 12 panels on the one side of the roof. On the opposite side, excuse me, you've got 2 rows of 4 panels. I presume the reason for having more panels on one side rather than the other and not on the other has to do with the 2 white elements, which may be vents. It's hard to tell from the overhead photograph. So my question is that the case? And did you consider relocating those 2 devices so you could take the panels on the front roof and put on the other roof so that both sides have a total of 12 panels?
Could I just jump in before Brian answers? You realize that the one at the bottom of the diagram where you see the driveway and the car, that's directly south facing. So that's tons of sunlight. It's just perfect for solar energy. The other side is north facing, so I don't think it's going to get as much sun. But Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, so Judy kind of answered the first part of it. The reason we have more panels on the side of the house where the driveway is because it is southwest facing, and there's really no shading at all. So that is absolutely perfect for generating solar energy. The panels there are incredibly efficient. With regards to relocating those 2, are those vent pipes? I'm not.
I think so.
Yeah, we could, but that would come at the homeowner's expense.
We'd have to talk to a roofer about how you do that. Yeah. I don't know.
Commissioner Dillman?
Yes, this is Commissioner Dillman. Maybe I missed some of the information, but going from 3 panels on the front south-facing gable to 2, instead of having 6, you'd have 4. What was the reduction in output? What percent or how many kilowatts is it? Is it less?
It is, Brian, do you have that? If it's the 3 panels, it's 8,237 kilowatt hours a year, I guess. And if it's the proposal that we are offering as kind of a fallback, it's 7,776 kilowatt hours. So it's 461 kilowatt hours loss. Brian,
That is correct.
Okay.
So it's not a tremendously big difference. It does move you back away from the streets, or should be less visible, and you do sacrifice some output, but doesn't seem to be even 10%. It seems reasonable. Okay, thank you.
This is Commissioner Burdick. Going back to relocating the panels to the rear, I'm looking at 1D and the diagram that shows the location of the panels and the back addition. And it looks like the furthest, the south-facing roof line, the roof plane, which is the lowest one on the diagram, would be where you'd want to put these. And is that the location where the home office is?
I'm sorry, so, Commissioner, say that again. If you're looking at the proposal that we've just put on the screen share, that one with panels on.
I can answer that, which is it's hard to tell, but that roof actually has a little bit of a slope and not as extreme as because it's a porch and not the house, an addition. And so those 3 panels are on the south side, but there is a north side. And the north side is the one right outside my study.
Okay. So if you put the 3 panels on the south side of the pitched roof, then it wouldn't have a glare into the room, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, that area is not as prime a location as the front roof, the front porch roof is,
Correct.
but
Yes.
so
Even though
what's
it's south facing, there is a tree that causes some shading, so it's not quite as ideal as the front roof plane.
but it isn't as bad as if the panels were removed entirely. Those 3 panels.
We would
Correct.
regain some of what we would lost from the taking away the 3 in front.
So
And if they put 4 panels up, would they gain everything back at that point? I'm kind of splitting hairs.
If they put 4 panels there, they would gain almost everything back. However, they would have to pay the additional expense for the 4th panel.
For the 4th panel.
I'm not
and
actually sure whether Brian, would the 4 panels fit in that space?
Yeah.
Because the roof is
I don't
not
think
as
so.
large as the house.
And you can see
Roof.
there's an overhang from the original house over
And-
the porch roof.
Yeah.
So there's no, if you look at it carefully, you can see there's a reason that those 3 are where they are. I'm not sure on that side, the south facing side of the porch roof, that we could fit anymore. Or if we did, they'd have to be closer down toward the driveway, and that is shaded.
I'm talking about the back roof.
Yes.
Yeah, we're talking about the back.
roof.
What you're looking at in the back, closer to the driveway, it's instead of the house, if you look at me, the slant is like this on the house, but on the porch roof, it's more like this. And on the south facing side, it's just not going to produce as much energy. And it's got a little overhang from the house roof. And so I don't know that we could even fit more there.
It's also shaded because of the trees we planted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are those deciduous trees or pines?
I'm sorry?
Are they deciduous or pines?
They're
evergreens.
Leyland cypress.
Evergreens.
They're evergreen.
And they're tall. They're tall. But they're evergreen, yes.
All right, commissioners, are there any more questions? If there are not, we will move into our deliberations. Thank you very much for your presentations. Would anybody like to start with our deliberations? Commissioner Doman.
Yes, this is Commissioner Doman. Actually, I have a question for staff, more or less. Had this not been an outstanding resource, would staff allowed the 6 panels to be put on the front slope, or is this something limited, more stringent requirements because it is an outstanding resource? That's my question.
Yes, because it is an outstanding resource in the historic district, it faces a higher level of scrutiny than had it been just a contributing or non-contributing resource in the district.
And are there other houses not outstanding that have panels in similar positions in the vicinity in Tacoma, what is it, Tacoma Park, that would have that we allowed because it was not considered an outstanding resource?
Yes, the property next door is a contributing resource. The panels are set back farther than what is proposed on this, but they also have they don't have the dormers, the dormer roof line that this subject property does. But it is a contributing property as opposed to an outstanding resource.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? If not, I will make comments, and if anybody wants to speak up, put your hand up. The commission has gone through a lot of work with these solar, with allowing solar panels in historic districts, and we are guided by the historic districts requirements themselves for level of reviews. They don't actually, the individual districts don't have specific language about solar panels, but it's the level of review that different status homes have. So a home that's a non-contributing resource has a very low level of review. The level of requirements they have to meet is very low, where an outstanding resource has to meet higher levels of requirements because it is considered a treasure in the community. I mean, it's a distinct element architectural element within the greater community that has felt that it must be protected to a higher level. So that's why you're getting the different, views. Last year, a group of us walked around because we were trying to work out some nuances for the solar reviews. And we did it in the winter when we could actually see what was going on. You could see the panels. And it was very clear at that point, because at that point we'd been doing the solar reviews for several years, and there were also panels installed from prior years before the review that were just installed and nobody caught them, right? And it was very evident that in the non-contributing resources are those houses where you see the panels right up in front of your face. The roof pitches towards the street and you see this array of panels on the roof, and generally it's not an attractive thing. Then you get into the ones that have been put on since this review has started, and you can see that they're pushing further back. They're getting on the roof slopes that aren't as visible. They're being pushed as far back as we can get. We do, on some cases where there are no other roof planes that get any sun, and there's no place else to put them in the yard, when we have allowed them to move more forward than we would prefer. But that is only because of that specific location and their conditions on that property. And even then, the outstanding contributing resources still have to meet, a higher level or deal with fewer panels than they would prefer. So this is something that we do debate and talk about and differ on as a commission. So I see some hands now, so I'm going to pass this off to Commissioner Haynes.
Thank you. And I concur with Commissioner Burdett. I would ask that you go back and look at some of the comments, and in particular, maybe the answer is in dividing the number of panels that we're asking you to remove. And going back to Commissioner Galway's comment of the north side, maybe you only have to remove one of those roof penetrations, and you might be able to get 1 or 2 panels there, and then maybe you get 3 or 4 panels on that south-facing porch roof if you turn them so that the long dimension is running the long dimension of the porch roof. It seems to me that you would be able to nearly recoup the energy loss or the energy from those front panels by redistributing on the dormer roof, the north dormer roof, and the south porch roof in a more clever way. So I would ask that you go back and look at that. I think preserving the front, the character of the front of your house is beautiful. It's distinctive, and I understand the balance between preserving the architecture and having energy efficient home. So I do appreciate your striving to do that. But I would ask that you take a look again and see if you can't nearly recoup by distributing those panels on those 2 locations.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, just to make sure I understand, the 2 locations you're talking about, the back porch roof, the south facing, and what's the second location you're suggesting?
That would be the north dormer, where you have 2 rows.
Oh,
maybe
where
you
the
can,
vents are, where the vents are. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And maybe you only have to remove one vent or pipe, whatever that is. Maybe you're only getting 2 panels there. Maybe you're not getting 4, but if you can pick up 2 there, and if you can pick up 3 or 4 on the south roof, porch roof, then you might be able to recoup those kilowatts.
Sorry about that. Commissioner Dominiani.
Hi there, this is Commissioner Dominiani. Thank you so much for the info, and I agree this house truly is stunning, and I'm sympathetic to the economics of the front panels. But on this outstanding resource, I tend to agree that I would like, I agree with the commissioners and the staff. It would be great to see if there was a way to reformat to move those panels away from that front roof plane onto somewhere else in the rear, doing Tetris a bit. I think it might be possible based on my measurements of the sizes here to perhaps even fit 2 panels between the roof penetrations there on the north dormer. But I wanted to note as well that the proposal for just having 2 panels on the front roof plane rather than 3, I would also find perhaps to be unacceptable and still quite visible from the street. So again, sympathetic to the economics, but I think preserving the look of this stunning home should outweigh that. We should consider, sort of Tetris in the rear to accommodate the extra panels. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Doman.
This is Commissioner Doman. Actually, I have the same comment that Commissioner Dominini just said. I support the staff's decision that this is probably not the best application, putting them on the front. And I more or less feel that sometimes solar collectors is not quite right for historic homes. I mean, they should really be put out of sight or put in the back, or as the guidelines say, in non-visible areas. So I support the staff's position, and I support the comments that have been made that there are maybe other locations that are better suited than the 6 that are shown on the front in the application. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Nasser.
This is Commissioner Nasser. I concur with other commissioners. I just wanted to quickly add something. First of all, I appreciate your effort for trying to use the renewable energy. And the glare from the solar panels, it's not going to be all day. It might be a couple hours a day. It's not like you're going to cover your windows 8 hours a day. So if you can also think about it and consider that roof as well, to put maybe 1 panel there, I suggest you maybe do a study to see how much, like what is the angle of the sun and how much glare you will get and how many hours a day you have to cover the window. That's another suggestion. Thank you.
And this is Commissioner Burdett. I'll close off with the comments. I agree with Commissioner Nasser. I think it is worth your effort to explore some possible window treatments, whether it be adjustable blinds or some sort of sheer curtain or lace curtain. But again, the glare you're going to get is going to be a portion of the day, not full day. My office is south facing or west facing, and I get a glare for a very specific period of time during the day. So I appreciate what you're saying. I would like a motion for this item based off the staff's recommendation or conditions. Would someone like to make the motion? Commissioner Haynes, you are muted.
My apologies. I'd be happy to make a motion. I make a motion that the HPC approve HOP number 1077703 at 7209 Willow Avenue, Tacoma Park, based on the staff recommendation or staff conditions 1 and 2, and that the owners look at alternate scenarios to recapture the panels lost in the front.
Do I have a second?
This is Commissioner Galway. I second it.
All in favor say aye.
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 Are there any nays or abstentions? No. Okay, there you have our vote. We have approved the HOP with the conditions, but that you can work with your solar provider and the staff to investigate other options for those 3 front-facing panels. And we will allow staff to deal with that as a separate item, which shouldn't need to come before us again. Okay?
So it does not require another application. Staff can handle it.
If we accept their.
If we work something
recommendation.
out with the staff.
If you work something out and staff feels that they can approve it, then it does not need to come back before us, but you can certainly start the process on all the rest of the panels.
Okay.
All right.
you very much.
Thanks for your.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We appreciate you working, getting some solar energy and doing the right thing as that, and trying to preserve your historic property. Thank you. We'll be moving on to the next hop, which is 15100 Barnesville Road, Boyds. And is there a staff report?
Dan, you're muted.
Sorry about this. I'm trying to
There you go.
this. All right, so just want to make sure that I get my screen shared appropriately so you all see the right thing. All right, this is the staff report for Historic Area Work Permit 103-8325 at 15100 Barnesville Road in Boyds. It is the historic Hoyles Mill site. It is a primary resource to the Boyds Historic District that was constructed in 1915, and actually the border of the district was drawn specifically to capture this building. This hop is to be reviewed under Chapter 24A, the Secretary of the Interior's Standards for Rehabilitation, and the Mark Rail Communities Sector Plan, which was adopted in 2019. So the HPC held a preliminary consultation on May 24th of this year to solicit feedback on stabilizing the foundation using a flowable fill concrete, which would have effectively filled the basement and crawl space with concrete, but would have resulted in a solid foundation all the way through. The HPC was generally unconvinced that this was the correct solution and requested more technical information about the solution. Just to note, on June 6, 2024, the applicant opened the site for commissioners to visit. And I think 2 or 3 of the commissioners that are in attendance tonight were participated in that site visit. So in 2019, this building was found to be in poor condition, including holes in the roof and windows that allowed water infiltration, and structural deficiencies of the foundation were determined to be the biggest threat to the building's overall stability, including areas of missing stones, which had allowed the soil to begin to fill the basement. There had been an attempt to stabilize the foundation by putting a big chunk of concrete, which is also shifted under the erosion occurring in the basement. And the HPC held a preliminary consultation in 2023 to evaluate the proposed work and solicited input on a preservation plan for this site. The HPC requested additional information about the stabilization plan for the structure and requested a hop before the HPC would entertain the MCDOT proposed work in the surrounding immediate area. So the applicant is no longer pursuing a fillable flow concrete solution. Instead, they perform a little more sensitive work, primarily around the north and east elevations, which involves installing helical piles under the existing concrete wall, excavating the area outside of that, and constructing a new reinforced concrete foundation, and then backfilling over that. On the east elevation, the applicant proposes to demolish the existing concrete stairs and cheek walls and construct new exterior stairs in their place. And then on the south elevation, the applicant proposes to demolish a section of the existing degrading stone wall foundation and replace it with reinforced concrete. Just so section details for the north and east foundation repairs, and we can refer back to these if we need to later. The applicant provided step-by-step details for the proposed work in order. Again, we can refer back to these 19 items if we need to. And then the applicant also proposes to conduct exploratory archaeology by digging shovel test pits around the building foundation. And the applicant proposes to install a pole-mounted plaque discussing the history of the mill and surrounding community, and proposed language was included in the application. So staff finds that the building foundation is failing and the basement is being filled with soil and water and biological pests. And the stabilized foundation will allow additional site access, leading to a full-scale rehabilitation and adaptive reuse of the building. This proposal will not render the basement and crawl space unusable for a future tenant, which the previous scheme would have. And the only visible change from the exterior will be the new stairs on the east elevation. Staff finds the proposal will resolve many of the issues brought up during the last preliminary consultation, including preserving access to the basement and crawl space, preserving the wood floor on the main level, the fact that it is reversible, preserving the basement window openings, and impacts on the historic wood posts in the basement. So staff recommends the HPC approve the HOP under 24 A8B 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6, and standards 2, 7, and 8, and the objective of the Mark Rail Community Sector Plan with 3 additional conditions. One is that the applicant must consult with a staff archaeologist prior to ground disturbance and to complete archaeological testing as warranted through the excavation units intended to document the historical construction and repair episodes, and that a copy of the final report must be submitted to our office for our own records. Condition number 2, that the applicant must continue to work with staff to refine the language of the historical marker, including, but not limited to, the description of the African American community in Boyd's, which was identified in the language. And 3, that the applicant must submit revised drawings showing the new stair and cheek wall, showing elevations and section drawings with all materials and dimensions labeled. And with that, I will answer any questions that you have.
Are there any questions for staff? Commissioner Doman?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Doman. Well, maybe it should be for the applicant, but does this work impact the building? I mean, I'm worried about the floor, on the first floor. If you start raising up or supporting the concrete, is there any analysis from the applicant that this will maintain a level floor, or does it affect the floor above the area where all the work is being done in the basement? That's my question. Maybe for staff.
I mean, I think the applicant, who includes a structural engineer, can speak to this better. What I will say is the foundation is failing, and that is eroding support for the first floor in its current configuration.
Okay, thank you.
If there are no more comments, then the applicant team can speak. Tonight we have for the applicant Rebecca Park, Brian Barna, Dan Sheridan, Lonnie Hovey, and public testimony from Leslie Seville. So we'll start with the applicant team. You have 7 minutes to make your presentation or answer questions.
Good evening, Madam Chair and commissioners and staff. I'm Lonnie Hovey, Historic Preservation Architect with Whitman Requart and Associates. With me this evening is our structural engineer, Brian Barna. As Dan explained, we were before you in May and proposed a unique structural stabilization plan for the mill. We proposed using flowable fill for the mill stabilization, but we are not going to do that. We've decided against using that based on additional research and stakeholder comments. Instead, we'll be using helical piles to support the existing foundations on the north and the east sides, supporting those foundations where they are right now, so it's not shifting the building height or shifting the first floor, and it'll allow those foundations to remain in place while we excavate below that and construct new basement retaining walls and footers. Our 30% design submission was revised and submitted for this presentation. Here are some recent photos of the basement crawl space. Sections of the rubble stone foundation are missing at the east, north, and south foundation walls. The rubble stone foundation wall could not be observed on the west foundation wall that you'll see in the upper left image because the grade in the crawl space is higher in that location, about 3 feet higher than it is on the east side. The unreinforced walls that are on top of the rubble stone are failing and cracking, and the rubble stone walls are allowing dirt and water into the basement, as you can see in the image on the bottom right. And the mill is also settling, and the posts on the first and second floors are punching through the floorboards and bowing out of plane because of this differential settlement through the foundation failure. To talk more about the structural stabilization plan is our structural engineer, Brian Barna. Brian?
Thank you, Lonnie. As mentioned, what we're proposing is a full foundation replacement on 3 of the sides of the building. The first step would be to install the helical piles, which will not only stabilize the building, but will act as temporary shoring to allow excavation so that the permanent retaining wall and retaining wall footing can be placed. These will be placed on the north and east sides, which were observed to be the 2 worst sides for the foundation conditions. As mentioned, this revised solution over the flowable fill will allow crawl space to remain at its existing height, will allow existing mill equipment to remain in the basement, and will maximize the ability for future adaptive reuse within the crawl space or basement area. The south wall has a slightly different detail. As you can see, at some point in the building's history, an exterior retaining wall was added just outside of the main face of the building. So we have some stability from that. So we're proposing to keep that existing exterior south retaining wall, and where we have the loose rubble stone masonry foundation, provide temporary shoring, which could be post shores or another temporary method that will enable us to support the building while we excavate and remove all of the existing rubble stone masonry foundation and replace it with a new reinforced concrete foundation wall and footing. Some of these conditions were not able to be observed, so we recommend test piles to confirm the existing conditions prior to proceeding. On the west wall, as Lonnie mentioned, the crawl space is at a higher elevation along the west wall than the other 3 walls. As such, we could not observe the existing condition of the stone rubble masonry foundation on the west wall, but there's nothing that indicates that there is any erosion of the foundation along this face. So our plan is to leave this wall as it is, with doing no modifications during the structural stabilization. That we do recommend digging test pits as well, so that we can observe the conditions and verify them during construction. So in this revised stabilization plan will provide new perimeter foundations that will provide permanently stabilize the Hoyles Mill foundation system and prepare it for a future adaptive reuse. We don't know exactly what that adaptive reuse is going to be yet, so we've conservatively designed the foundations for 100 pounds per square foot design live load on each of the elevated floors. That should be sufficient to account for a variety of potential adaptive reuses for the building. As stated, the existing crawl space depth will be maintained. In our previous solution, we had created a closed-off storage and utility space. Under this revised solution, we will not construct it because there's no need for it. Without the flowable fill, the entire crawl space will be available for future reuse for potential utility runs or other usage of the basement. As previously stated, the mill equipment can remain in its current historic location, and these new foundation walls on 3 sides will prevent future soil infiltration into the crawl space. Now I'll send it back to Lonnie.
Thanks, Brian. On the diagram on the screen is our basement floor plan. The well is located here, and as we mentioned, that well has failed, so it'll be capped and abandoned in place. The existing doors, stairs, and cheek walls are located in the bottom right of the plan. The doors, stairs, and cheek walls have all failed as well. They've all cracked and split and are settling at different rates. So all those will be removed and replaced in our plan. And with no flowable fill, the window boxes in the basement are no longer required, so the future adaptive reuse can restore those windows. Currently, they're all boarded over, and the new doors to that crawl space can be equipped with louvers to help ventilate the space. And the future transit improvement project on the site will redirect and manage the site's stormwater. This is the larger red square at the bottom left is where the mill is. The proposed comfort station or restroom for the bus drivers is located in this location at the bottom right. and the new well location is in the bottom, in the bottom right. The comfort station's at the bottom left. And this well will supply all the water proposed for the comfort station. And the new well can also supply water to the future needs for Hoyle's Mill and its future adaptive reuse. So following our last meeting with you, we reviewed and addressed all the comments that were given to us. The flowable fill is eliminated. It preserves the crawl space height and allows the mill equipment to remain in place. Soil infiltration to the crawl space will be prevented by the construction of the new foundations. Ventilation will be added by louvers at the new entry doors to the crawl space. And the proposed work does not negatively impact any potential future adaptive reuse and preserves the existing wood in the crawl space, and it won't be in contact with the new concrete. And we want to thank you for this opportunity to present our stabilization plans to you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Galloway.
Hi, this is Commissioner Galway. Just one question. You mentioned that the well would be filled in. Do you know what the age of that well is by any chance?
We're not going to fill the well in. We're just going to cap it. We don't know the age of it. It was in existing condition when the county took over the property, and it was just turned off, and it will be capped.
Okay,
and
thank you.
abandoned in place.
Thanks.
Commissioner Doman.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Doman. In my experience with foundations is normally, and I realize yours isn't that deep, but normally you will run what do you call a French drain. You will excavate around the perimeter of the foundation, put gravel in, ground cloth to keep the dirt out, and put a drain in there so that the water pressure that comes against foundation walls is relieved. I didn't see anything in your proposal about remediation of groundwater. And a lot of also in kind of standard is that the outside walls, concrete walls, are treated with a impermeable, either a membrane or a tar-based product or something like that to keep water from getting into the concrete. And I was wondering if, I realize this is just a stabilization, but would your work also, or should your work also include this? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your comment. Lonnie, I don't know if you can pull up slide 3, but all of, and I know we went fast because we only had 7 minutes, but all of your recommendations already are included in the section. We show a foundation drain outside of the proposed new retaining wall. We have gravel backfill to allow the to act as a capillary water barrier to get the water to the foundation drain. We're indicating a waterproofing membrane on the outside, so that is all included. We also did a geotechnical study of the site, and it's not expected that groundwater is going to be an issue at this site. The groundwater was not encountered in the soil borings.
Okay, and a little follow up on that. A lot of times in crawl spaces where you have a dirt floor, you get water coming up from the earth into the crawl space. And a lot of crawl spaces will have a impermeable membrane laid over the soil to keep the water vapor from getting to the underside of your floor joist. Do you envision anything of that at this stage of the progress?
I'm not sure that's germane to specifically the structural stabilization, but your comment is noted and will be considered. Every time we've been out in the crawl space, it's been dry, but yeah, understood, and we agree about the need to make sure that the water isn't pumping up through the ground in the crawl space area.
Okay, and you'd also mentioned that ventilation will be provided. I assume, is that like a forced mechanical ventilation for the crawl space, or just vents into the crawl space?
It'd just be passive venting. Our involvement with the county is structural stabilization for the mill to allow the adjacent site work to occur. We don't know what the future use for the building will be, so there's no mechanical systems being installed at this time.
Okay, if that's everything for the applicant, we'll move on to the next public speaker, Leslie Seville, who represents a historical organization. Ms. Seville?
Yes, thank you very much. I am Leslie Seville. I am a member of the Boyd's Historical Society, and I am testifying on their behalf tonight. The priority of the Boyd's Historical Society is rehabilitation and reuse of the historic county-owned Hoyles Mill building within the context of a commuter and community-sharing Boyd's Transit Center. We like this plan a lot better than MCDOT's previous plan to fill the basement with concrete. Thank you very much to everyone who made this significant improvement happen. We have brief comments on the proposed details. Number one, as discussed in prior sessions, BHS asked to preserve items such as the barn building historic siting for reuse within the historic district. And within the mill building, there are many original pieces of the milling machinery. On sheet SO-04, note 4, regarding removing all trash and debris, there's no note about any materials to be preserved. Before removal of the debris, we ask that these historic materials be identified and retained for reuse. Second, the submission is silent on the new well or septic connection. I am delighted to see the well, the well being presented earlier. The septic connection will be critical to having reuse of the mill. So we ask that that be addressed before the project is approved. And we would like to confirm that there is adequate drainage at the base of the new exterior stairs. We support the staff recommendations, and we will be happy to work with MCDOT and staff on the items above and adding additional language on the historical marker, including the description and history of the African American community in Boyd's. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very helpful. Are there any questions for Ms. Seville? If not, we'll move on into our deliberations. Would somebody like to start? I'll start. Oh, wait a minute. Commissioner Sutton.
Hi. I have to say, as chair of the commission, not tonight, but before, the first time I saw this mill, I thought the next time I saw it, it would be gone. Quite honestly, it was in such bad condition that I really didn't think it was going to last very long. And I got to tell you, I am so thrilled to see this project and see this moving along toward restoration. And I applaud both the county, the consultants who are working with the county, and our staff for working to get it to this point. So I'm really quite excited about it. That's all I'm going to say.
Commissioner Dominiani.
All right, to pile on to Chair Sutton or Commissioner Sutton here, I'd like to add as well that this is excellent work, and I'm so delighted to see the changes compared to the previous proposal for the flowable fill. I think that this is much more approvable from my perspective, and I do agree with the point about identifying mill equipment and other items coming out of the foundation, out of the crawl space during this work to ensure that any historic items are in fact retained for some future use. So I just wanted to say great work, and I find this very approvable from my perspective. Thank you.
Commissioner Galloway.
Thanks, Commissioner Galloway. Also wanted to say thank you for making the changes. They are it's a significant improvement over the flowable fill. Having seen and been part of the tour, and just was concerned about the loss of historic artifacts, if nothing else, just the foundation itself. So I really applaud the changes that are made and the desire to save this lovely mill building. So thank you very much.
And this is Commissioner Burdett. I'll close out the comments. Again, I repeat everybody else, I'm extremely pleased by the change in design. It sounds much better and will be much will lend itself to the future adaptive reuse of this property in any number of ways. I also would like to agree with Ms. Seville about pulling out any things of possible historic significance from within the building, in the basement, but also on the upper levels. When we toured, we walked around, and there's a great deal of ephemera still in the building from the time when it was auto repair going back decades. And I think that a good historic society might be interested in some of that ephemera for their own collection. And in addition, when we were out there, we saw a Art Deco styled heater. I believe it was propane heater, Commissioner Galloway.
I think it may have been originally oil, but
okay, oil heater. It's rather unique. There can't be too many of these things left out there in the world, and that would be another item that I think would be worthy of pulling out and saving. It has an Art Deco styling and a wonderful faux wood paneling motif in pressed metal. So I think it's odd, but I think it's worth salvaging and putting in a museum somewhere in the immediate area. But I think you've heard that we're all very happy about this change to this project. And I would like a motion to approve this hop with the conditions from the staff. Please, anybody like to make that motion?
This is Commissioner Haynes. I'll make a motion. I make a motion that the HBC approve hop number 1038325 at 15100 Barnesville Road, Boyd's, based on the staff recommendations 1, 2, and 3, and adding the condition that historic artifacts are identified and that the drawings specifically note that historic artifacts to be identified and saved as part of the demolition scope. And this is falling within Chapter 24A, 8B, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6, and Secretary of Interior Standards 278, and the objectives of the Mark Rail Community Sector Plan.
Do I have a
Commissioner
second?
Sutton. I second the motion.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays or abstentions? If not, then this hop is approved. And again, I would very much like to thank the applicants for rethinking their project and coming up with a project that is much better. And I would also highly recommend that you record the process while you're doing it for future educational presentations, for future use in presentations with historic district conferences, and possibly historic awards could fall your way as well. So I would highly recommend that you record this for public presentation in the future, the steps you go through to where you get to the stabilization that can then be followed up with the restoration. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be moving on to the preliminaries. We have quite a few tonight, so please, as we go through these, I would ask commissioners to keep their comments brief and not to repeat other commissioners' comments. It's going to be a late night. Do we need to have a 5-minute break, or are we okay to start going?
I'd love a 5-minute break.
Okay, we will take a 5-minute break, and we will see you all back at 8:22?
8:22. So please stay on the call and we will see you all back in 5 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Isaac, can you please pause the live stream? All right, members of the commission and the public, we are now back live.
Welcome back. We will be moving into the preliminaries now. We will start with preliminary 2A at 10221 Menlo Avenue, Kensington. Is there a staff report?
Yes, there is, Madam Chair. I'll just point out that this is, well, it's a Silver Spring address because it's in the Capitol View Park Historic District. I think this got mislabeled. Sorry. So 10221 Menlo Avenue is identified as an 1870 to 1960 resource in the amendment that established the Capitol View Park Historic District. Just a reminder, they don't, unlike Tacoma Park or Chevy Chase, when the district was established, they broke the properties into periods of development, not individual significance. So the lot is vacant because the HPC approved the demolition of the existing house on June 12th, 2029, after the house had been condemned by the Department of Housing and Community Affairs. And this HOP is to be reviewed under Chapter 24A, the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, and the approved and adopted Master Plan Amendment for Capitol View Park. So the subject lot is at the northern edge of the historic district. It's actually surrounded on three sides. Well, it only connects the district to the south. The three sides, northeast and west, are all outside of the historic district. Immediately to the south is a house that was an infill construction, which was approved by the HPC in 2005. And then to the north is the Capitol View Homewood Local Park. And this was the house prior to the HPC's approval for demolition. In fact, the front lawn had to be effectively chopped down so you could get the image in the upper left. So the HPC held a preliminary consultation for this project on January 10th, 2024. And the HPC was generally supportive of the scheme presented and requested additional information about the lot coverage, materials, and HPC made some specific design recommendations. And the applicant proposes to construct a single-family house on the lot that you see in front of you, which slopes towards a creek to the rear. This is looking, on the upper left is looking up from the park. And then this is the approximate location of the proposed driveway on the lower right. We have some perspectives of the proposal that were included, and we can refer back to these at any time the commissioners would like. This is probably the best view that you would get from the public right-of-way. And then the south side and the east and north. So all of the development is on the western half of the lot, where the slope drops off further on the east, which is the right. There's no planned hardscaping or regrading. So the west elevation, which is the front, in the east, it's just the rear. And then the south, and you can see the grade sloping away. And the north. We have floor plans we can refer back to if needed. There is a attached garage in the first floor, which is fully enclosed. And then second floor loft. And then again, the applicant proposes to excavate a significant amount of fill and potentially bedrock. And you see that shown here in the building section. So staff finds that the building form, window size, and scale, and the green roof are intended to stand apart from the historic buildings within the district. And staff finds that considerations of the size, placement, massing, and materials are more significant factors in determining the overall compatibility than specific design elements. Staff finds that the larger window size creates a more highly glazed appearance, especially on the rear and north, which is the left elevation, than is typically found in the historic district. These elevations are in front of you. And staff notes that the window widths are not consistent on all four elevations, again, especially on the north and the south. So staff finds the setback of the house is generally consistent with the setbacks on the block, which range from 22 feet, which is closer than current code allows, to 90 feet, which was a later 1990s infill house. And staff finds the proposed building has a smaller footprint than the design presented at the last preliminary consultation. It is wide, but it appears consistent with the neighboring infill house at 10219 Menlo. And staff finds that the 28-foot height is generally consistent with the mix of 1, 2, and 1.5 story buildings on the subject block, and that the height and width of the current proposal are generally consistent with the January 2024 submission that the HPC found to be generally appropriate. Staff finds that the majority of the building materials are generally found to be appropriate for building additions and new construction in the Capitol View Park district, including the stone foundation, fiber cement siding, and aluminum clad windows. And staff finds that the proposal will remove and level approximately 80 linear feet of topsoil and bedrock to accommodate the basement and patio space. Staff finds that the stamped concrete driveway will not detract from the character of the district and the driveway is modestly sized. And staff finds that the proposed patio will not be at all visible from the right-of-way and should be given a lenient review. Staff notes the lot coverage will be 24.5% and no trees will be removed as part of the excavation or construction. So staff requests feedback on the following items for tonight's preliminary consultation: the appropriateness of the proposed size, massing, and height, the appropriateness of the fenestration pattern and overall approach to the solid void ratio of the house, the appropriateness of the side of the backyard. There are 3 materials which staff notes are relatively novel for the historic district, including the, sure I'm pronouncing this wrong, but Kawal roof and wall system, which is proposed in the front, the metal panel siding, which is used in the rear and the north elevation, and the green roof. Additionally, staff requests HPC feedback on the overall impact of the paving and rear patio, and then any other feedback regarding the proposed site grading and the overall amount of impervious surface. Additionally, staff requests additional information to be submitted with the HOP application, including the location of any dry wells on site or any other measures to limit water runoff. And staff notes that the green roof is actually one of those measures. Patio material specifications, front walk specifications, and we encourage the applicant to reach out to the Capitol View Park LAP prior to their final HOP submission. And then as these are novel materials, staff requests samples of the proposed Kawal and pack-clad metal wall system to evaluate their finish. And with that, I will answer any questions that the HPC has for staff.
By the way, it's Cal wall, not
Thank you.
wall. It's misspelled, yeah. Okay, Commissioner Doman, we'll start with you.
Did the applicant provide a street view showing the proposed house relative to the house next door and the other houses in the neighborhood, and how it fits in with the neighborhood?
No streetscape study was provided. That's something that the commissioners could certainly ask for. Part of the reason that I think staff was not inclined to ask for one was because the house immediately to the south is a 2006 infill, which is a 2-story height building, and then to the north is a park. So the context is relatively limited for this house because we have a non-historic or a modern infill house, and then park space immediately adjacent to the house to the north and the south.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for staff? If not, we will move on to the applicant's agent, Mark Freeman. You will have 7 minutes for a presentation or to answer questions.
Good evening. My name is Mark Freeman. I'm with Aggregate Architecture. I am the architect of record, working with Mr. Ken Gear, the owner of the property. This is my first presentation to the Historic Preservation Commission, but I believe the staff has presented the project fairly well. One of the things that we were presented by Mr. Ken Gear is that he had a modern design that he had worked with his son that was a sort of a version of a side gable. What we did is we took that side gable and took it and then shifted and had a side shed or a shifted shed, which is a modern take on this, which then provided the, and I'm going to share my screen. Let's see here. So what we did was based on the January presentation and the January feedback was there was a dormer on top. What we did was we decided to add and make those clerestory windows. And we thought that would help pull in the light into the vaulted space. The other part was, and the other feedback from the January discussion was the size and scale. What we did was we pulled back and removed the carriage house and we put everything into one building, into one space. What this did was allow us to pull the proposed single family into zoning regulations for lot coverage. It also allowed us to reduce the footprint and to reduce overall costs. One of the things that we are doing with this particular design is beyond just the modernity of it, is we are also we have a modular construction company that is involved in the project, which means that this will be built in a factory and the boxes will be delivered to the site. We are also planning to use a modular foundation system, which is called Superior Wall. That way we will be able to limit the actual on-site work and time and limit the disruption to the neighbors, as well as limit our construction waste. Part of the stormwater management, which was noted by the staff, is we have a civil engineer who is working on our stormwater management plan, which we can be more detailed once that is finished. He is a bit delayed. We were planning to have that for today's meeting. Unfortunately, we don't have it, but the pavers and the driveway is planning to be, or is specified to be, permeable, as is the rear patios. The idea is that we will not have a large amount of concrete or impervious surfaces. And so with the site sloping, that we can control and minimize and mitigate our runoff, especially into the creek, which, if you can see my cursor, is existing, and it's about 2/3 of the way towards the east. I think there was a discussion about the materiality. We did present to you or provide this, our building package, which was noted our manufacturers and our specifications. One of the special items that was noted was cowl wall. Cowl wall can and is used in a lot of commercial applications. It is a translucent material, and so it helps diffuse light. It also has a higher U value, which resists direct light and heat gain. And so part of the reason of using this in the residential application is to, as from this picture, you can imagine the amount of diffused light that will enter in through that front areaway, front double height space, or the foyer. But then we also have the addition of the green roof. And we have also put on our own home a green roof, which has, and we have a sloping site very similar to this property. And the green roof helps hold and minimize the storm runoff during the more intensively rains, or the more intense rains that we continue to get in our area. And so these pictures, even though they're on commercial space or commercial projects, also illustrate that they can be used on residential, and we believe are nice additions to the project. I don't really want to spend too much more time because again, staff presented the project fairly well. I think from a revision standpoint, we tried to use that last staff report to help guide us in reducing the size, working with the vernacular along the street and the scale. Yes, it is a modern design, but due to the fact that there was no pre-existing structure when we came across it, and again, reading the previous review, was we believe that the modern style would be compatible or would work within the street front and the streetscape. Thank you for your time and for listening and for your thoughts and understanding of our project.
Okay, are there any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Haynes.
Yes, thank you. Can you tell me where does the clear story window in the loft floor plan? I see that dashed line. Is that the front face of that clear story window? And then how deep is it?
Sorry, I was muted. Is that the clear story window that you're referring to right here?
Yes.
Okay, so that is approximately 2 feet tall. And so that comes into this area, which is the flex room and also down into here. So we will have light down into the main double height space, as well as this flex room, which is noted.
Love the concept. Love that. The pool
Along here. And yes, it is on that dash line right here.
How does it make it look like a swamp?
And does it extend to the bathroom there? Is that what happens on the north side?
Correct.
And then also, does the cow wall, if I've read the renderings correctly, it comes up the front face and then up the roof slope that essentially splits the roof in two?
That is correct. So it's a cow wall / cow roof. That is correct. And so it would look very similar to this and then coming down along the wall.
Mm-hmm.
So they would tie together.
What's the life expectancy of that application on a roof?
Of the cow wall and the cow roof?
Yeah.
I don't know off the top of my head, but I know, like, for instance, it's been used in Dunbar High School. It's used, Dunbar High School at First and N was one of the primary.
Think about MPOX, okay? MPOX?
So,
yeah, men are not supposed to have sex with men.
Somebody needs to mute their mic. Okay, thank you.
But I do not know, Commissioner Haynes, off the top of my head what the life expectancy is.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Delman?
Yes, it's Commissioner Dolman. Could you comment on some of the dimensions of this proposed house, like the width of it relative to the neighbor's house and the peak elevation to the top of that top of your roof, how that relates to the other house next? I know you have a fairly new infill house next door to it. How does it, I just have trouble visualizing, is it bigger, a lot bigger than the house next door? Or is it in proportion to the house next door? I'm looking for some relative feel on how it's going to look when it's built.
No problem. So from what we did is we used the setbacks for the R60. We did an 8-foot on the southern side and a 10-foot on the northern side, which gives us essentially a 32-foot width. If I go to the Google, I do not know off the top of my head what the width is, but it should be pretty close to this, maybe another 5 feet wider.
Okay. And how about the roof peak? Are you about the same height? Or I realize that the ground slopes up a little bit into your property from there.
Well, what we wanted to do was, in this particular project, you can see that the second floor has the roof come down to the first level, and the second floor has dormers. Our roof is actually starting just over the head heights of the windows. So we do have a bit of a higher peak than this. I would say it's probably another 5 or 6 feet taller. But what we attempted to do was to dig into the side of the hill, to drop it down and to work with our topography, but not necessarily have water flow into the garage or at the front. So we had to raise it up slightly. If I go back to my section here, so so again, if you look at like that house next door, their roof is closer to the first level and coming up, and they have a dormer. So we are a couple feet higher at most, but not much. And then the other part is we are farther uphill than they are because we're here. So we're going to be a little bit higher, both because we are situated higher on the hill, but also because our roof is a little bit higher with that sawtooth, that slip shed.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to say this is a very novel design, a lot different than what we saw back in January. And I'd like to see how it turns out. So thank you.
Commissioner Galloway?
Yes, thank you. As Commissioner Galway, I'll stick to questions. And this one's related to one of the questions that staff ask us about the appropriativeness of the materials and more specifically the green roof. And I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, goodness, that might be really hard to maintain. And if it isn't well maintained, then it may really detract from the beauty of the home. So the question really is have you thought about that? Are you using some sort of tray system? And how in the world would you get out there? Would you go a ladder through the clear story to get to the roof to be able to repair it when it starts to look bad?
Well, I actually have a green roof on my own house, and I don't know if you're a post reader, but to put a little plug in here, we were putting the post in the fall about our green roof and the incentives that the district gives to residents in putting a green roof on. And we have used a system and a company named Rain Plan, and Rain Plan worked with us, and they gave us all and worked with the district and gave us all of the incentives that were for stormwater management. They installed it for us. We have a drip irrigation system, and then we have a management fee with them where they come out to our house in the spring and in the fall. And so with that, the first 9 months after planting are the most significant, so that the sedum will hold and will root. But with the drip irrigation system, the sedum will actually root and actually start to grow. So our green roof has been on for 4 years now, and we have a mid-century modern side gable design. And so what I'm trying to say is we've gone up maybe once in the spring, my wife has, to, pull out the clover, but for the most part, it's pretty low maintenance. And with our maintenance agreement with Rain Plan, they do sort of the heavier lifting than what we need to. And I believe in this case, yes, they will go up with a step ladder or with an extension ladder, but we have yet to have any maintenance issues. And in fact, we've met more neighbors as a result of us putting the green roof on than anything else. And I think from an architectural standpoint, putting green roofs on residences and the mass amount of houses that could have green roofs on it will do more good than just sort of the commercial end and having them on commercial buildings, even though those are a step forward. So the way I look at it is the sustainability of it is a win-win, and the maintenance is actually pretty low compared to other aspects.
Thank you.
You're muted, Karen.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I'll finish up the comments for this project or this application, or questions. I'm sorry, questions. You're using hardy siding, horizontal hardy siding around the building, which is appropriate. It looks like, you know, a wood siding. Where's the pack clad? And is that a vertical application or a horizontal application? I'm just looking at the two images in the report and not quite sure where I'm seeing it. If it is the little bit I am seeing, it's a dark material and it will be a matte or a glossy finish.
Let's see here. Well, it looks like my So what we are planning to do, if you all can see my screen, are you able to see the elevations here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So what we are suggesting, or what we are proposing to do, is to put the pack clad in line between the windows. And so the idea is that there is a stripe, or it becomes a compatible aspect. So pack clad is an aluminum metal siding. We are proposing a aluminum clad window with Windsor. And so we are planning to tie this clad system in around it. And as you noted, we will have the Hardy V groove, which is we'll have a rain screen. It's a more modern look. So it doesn't have the same feel as the a lap siding. And so when I get here, so this is kind of what it would look like right here. Okay. Mm-hmm. And the idea is that that stripe works together. And I think the renderings are the best view when you see it. So this corner is that pack clad and the windows, those all work together. And I think if you see this rendering here, you'll see how that window and that metal tie together both materialistically and create that vertical stripe, which is a strong stripe, which is a strong materiality piece.
Thank you. And with that, I think we'll move on into our comments about this. And I think I'll head off just because I find this very interesting. It's a significant change from what we saw in January, and that's not a bad thing because the January presentation had inherent problems in its design. It would have been an expensive one. This one, it would be interesting to see how this works with a factory-made sections that are then craned in and put in place. I've seen that happen on my block, so having checked the power lines and make sure the crane can get in. But this is really interesting because this is a historic district, and further down the block, the houses are more traditional, early 20th century Victorian. Mid-block, they get into post-war little cracker boxes. And then here at this end, you're right across the street from two McMansions, or two very large suburban style houses. And this house, this design has a very 1960s, 70s, mid-century vibe going on. It is reminding me of Newmark Commons in Rockville, which I believe was built in the 60s and is actually being discussed to be a historic district at some point. And it has the same shapes and forms. So while this house is completely different from the historic houses down the street, it's not only in the boxy form is it kind of paying homage to the little boxes mid-block and then the other houses further down. It is going to be its own entity. I think you've done a good job with putting a lot of the glassiness on the sides of the house away from the street. There's still some balancing of windows on the street side and the side that faces towards the rest of the block that I think need to be tweaked a bit. it's a very interesting project, and I think it's a much better design, and I would be very interesting to see how this works out. So I think I don't have a lot of issues with it, and I think it'll be easier to build, faster to build. The green roof will be challenging. Oh, I've worked with cow wall before, and it has a very long lifespan, and it can take a lot of abuse. So that's not going to be an issue. Pack Clad's a good product, especially depending on your insulation, and especially if you use plastic, high density plastic cladding supports. It works very nicely. But I don't have a problem with this. I would be able to approve this hop at this point. All right, somebody else, comments, please. Commissioner Doman.
Yes, I support your comments. This house is unusual because it's at the very, very end of a historic district. And directly across the street are two fairly large houses that are not in the historic district. And even though it doesn't fit the rest of the block, like you had mentioned, Commissioner Barrett had mentioned, it's of its own style. It's modern. It doesn't necessarily fit everything, but I don't think it's obsessively too big. I don't think it's like a McMansion stuck in amongst smaller houses. I think size-wise, I think it's appropriate. It's certainly different, and it's certainly very modern for this area. But I think I could support this design. I might want to consider. I know we just had a little discussion about the green roof. Maybe some solar collectors on maybe the back side or some side might also be a possibility. Instead of having green roofs on all the roof there, maybe part of it could be green roof and part of it could be a solar collector, photovoltaic. So, but other than that, I think it's unusual, but I think this area can withstand an unusual house in here. Thank you.
Anybody else like to offer their commentary? If not, I think Commissioner Doman and I have provided general support. I think there are a couple of things you need to possibly look at, which would be the amount of impervious material on this slope, and looking at the size of the windows that are facing the block. So that would be the front and I think the east side is what I'm thinking of. And other than that, it's just really interesting. So I think you could come back for a hop.
Well, if that's addressed to me, thank you for this and for your time and for your support.
Thank you. Talk to staff, they'll tell you.
Mark, before you go, and for everybody else who's listening, I just want to let you know that the staff member will be providing synthesized written comments from the HPC by staff over the next couple of days. So you'll get something from me shortly, Mark. Okay, and any adjustments, fine tuning, I'm happy to do it. I will make sure that you all see a copy of our civil plans so that answers the impervious surfaces. And just to go back, one item about the solar, we had explored solar, but we believe the rain plan and the green roof is the better, provides the better incentives through Montgomery County, and also helps us with these the slope site and the stormwater management aspects. So, but again, thank you for your time and for all of your comments.
Thank you very much. We'll be moving on to preliminary 2B at 7835 River Road, Bethesda. Is there a staff report?
Yes, this is a preliminary consultation for the subject property. The applicant seeks to replace the front and back doors and 3 of the windows. Magruder's blacksmith shop master plan historic site was built by 1751. 4 years ago, the HPC approved the building's wood shake roof, 2 dormers, rebuilt eaves, and the copper roof on the addition. It's at the intersection of Seven Locks Road and River Road. Here are the existing photos. On the left is the front elevation. On the right are the left and rear elevations. There's that addition that has the copper roof. And on the left, we have the rear and right side elevations. And on the right is the front elevation again, and also a little bit of the right side elevation. The applicant proposes to replace the existing front door, which is built of wood with plexiglass lights. They seek to replace it with a composite door to match the design of the existing. Those plans are here. This is the back door. It's built of fiberglass, paneled door. The applicant proposes to replace it with a composite door of the same or similar design. The applicant also proposed to replace the wood sash window on the front elevation with another wood sash window, very similar design. The hopper window on the right side elevation, the same design, and the sash window on the right side elevation. Staff finds the door material and designs incompatible to the historic building, and they neither meets Chapter 24A 8B2 or Standards Number 2. The proposed composite material is not appropriate for the building, and staff recommends wood doors instead. Staff does support the proposed replacement of the windows, the 3 windows. It meets Chapter 24A 8B1 and B2 and the applicable standards. For staff recommendations, for the doors, staff understands why the applicant sought to copy the design of the existing doors, both of which appear to have been longtime features of the building. Now that both of the existing doors have reached the end of their lifespan, the applicant has an opportunity to both suit his needs to secure the building and improve livability for future tenants, while also finding doors that are compatible to the character of the building's 18th century period of significance. Staff recommends the applicant instead propose matching wood, board, and batten or vertical plank doors. The replacement doors don't have to be reproductions and may include modern features like lights and modern hardware. Staff can provide the applicant with potential examples. As for the HOP application, the applicant should include final designs of the doors and windows and show the hardware and label the brick mold material on the fenestration drawings. Tonight, the staff seeks HPC feedback on the appropriateness of the proposed replacement front door, appropriateness of the replacement back door, appropriateness of the proposed replacement windows, any other comments you may have. Any questions for staff?
Are there any questions for staff? If not, then we will move on. Oh, Commissioner Doman.
Slow. The windows that are the one in the front and the hopper window that are to be replaced, have you made a decision that the existing windows cannot be repaired as is? And I guess the proposal is replicate the existing window, which is like 6/6, all new construction, be wood. But normally we would ask that the existing window be beyond repair. Is that the finding?
They are not damaged upon repair based on, I reviewed it on only the exterior of the building. I didn't go on the inside. The applicant may be able to, when he has his opportunity to speak, may be able to provide more insight on their condition overall, but they're pretty modern. I would say that they were installed within the past 20 or 30 years. So that's why there's less concern about repairing them, because they're not that old in their own right.
Are they single divided light, two divided light with?
Yeah, they appear
like counterbalance with a weight. Is that the type of window it is?
I don't know about the weights. Again, I didn't get a chance to go inside, but they are true divided lights.
Okay. And is the building occupied now?
No, it's not. It's under restoration. As you can see, there's a fence around it and construction crews going in and out. They're currently repointing the stone.
Okay, thank you.
If there are no more questions for staff, we will move on to the applicant's presentation, and it's Gus Stefano.
That's correct.
Okay, you have 7 minutes to make a presentation or to answer our questions.
Not have much to add. The windows aren't operational, I can assure you that. They're old and just don't work. So, and the doors, the front door does not work. It's pretty bad shape. The back door is a fiberglass door that's been there since I've owned it and way before. I'm just trying to improve the property, so I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? Well, I'll start. Do you have an issue with doing a board and batten door, front door for this project? And I just Googled board and batten and got a range of options, at least Google AI says are board and batten. Whether they are or not is a question.
Well, we definitely like to see some windows in the door. That's a priority because it's awfully dark in that house. There's not a whole lot of natural light, as you can imagine. So that would be one request or requirement. And the way these composite doors are made now, they look pretty nice. They're pretty true to the wood look. The problem you have with the wood, it's going to wear very quickly, and there's no porches, and there's a lot of elements there that are going to be hitting that front door and the rear door. That's why I would like to see a composite material so it can withstand that, withstand the weather and the elements.
Can you define what kind of composite door you're looking at? Just for
I sent an example of it over to Chris with the drawings. We can follow up on that. But I'm not against the wood. It's just, again, it's just gonna wear out real quick because there's no porch. There's nothing to protect those doors.
Chris, usually we recommend vinyl clad or metal clad wood doors on the historic properties.
Well, I think staff's opinion on this particular building was because when it was designated for its 18th century, historic importance. It was built by 1751. So that's why we thought that an all wood door would be most appropriate. And I'll also add that, yes, the applicant has said that there's no covering over the door to protect it, but they are inset quite a bit due to the thick stone wall. So, I don't know about the north-facing door currently the fiberglass door, but certainly the south-facing door should have some kind of protection based on its deep inset in the thick stone walls.
And was there a particular style of door, Chris, you were thinking of when you recommended the board and batten?
Not necessarily, just kind of a vertical plank solid wood door. And as we said, we're open to having windows in that door if the applicant so chooses. So not necessarily a reproduced, true 18th century door, but a modern interpretation of that.
Okay, understand. All right. Well, that's it for my question. If nobody else has a question, we'll move on into commentary. Would somebody like to start? Commissioner Haynes?
Well, sorry, I was late for the question. The doors are inset, but the windows seem to be set flush with the stone. Were the original windows set back as the doors, or do you know these windows appear to be more newer windows and not the original? Do you think they were intentionally set forward for ease of installation, or just curious as to why the doors have a deep setback, but the windows are nearly flush?
I can try to answer that. Yeah, I believe it was done that way for ease of installation to add the trim in the 1700s. If this property even, or this building even had windows, which it probably, well, it probably didn't because it was a blacksmith shop, but whenever they were installed, it has pretty thick walls. So I think they installed it towards the exterior wall for ease of installation.
And Mr. Stefano, is it your intention to set them at the same position?
Well, that would be the plan. It would be neat to put them, have that depth of field. I do agree. If it can be done, that'd be, I'd actually think that'd be real preferable. I'm not sure if it can.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. That would,
yeah, it would look real good.
Look great and be more authentic to the construction period. I'm a little bit, well, this is probably a statement for discussion, so I'll hold it right there. Thank you.
Commissioner Doman?
Are we in discussion mode or are we asking questions now?
Well, do you have a question? If not, you can start discussion.
Well, more or less a discussion. I actually support staff's comment about the doors. I mean, this is a very old building, and this door that's on there is not period appropriate, and same thing with the back door. And I think a vertical board batten type door would be more in keeping, since this is a historic building, and I'd like to see it kind of brought back to the way it would have been in the 1700s. And as far as the windows go, I assume that what we're looking at is true wood windows, not aluminum clad or anything, but true wood windows, true divided lights. Normally they're counterweighted windows. I assume that's what we have. And I'd like to see that put in there. So I pretty much support staff's recommendations for this property. That's my comments.
Anybody else have any comments? All right. Commissioner Haynes. You're muted, Jeff.
Sorry. The wood door scenario is always a conundrum in my view. And normally I'm a purist about these things and would prefer to see wood there. But it is a west, if I'm correct, that's more or less west facing, that the green door, and the other door is I guess more or less east facing. Is that correct? Is your orientation correct?
The green door, the front door would face southwest, and then the north door would face northeast.
Gotcha. So I guess my feeling is I would be open to a composite door if the details of it are true to an authentic wood door, meaning, the joinery, the profiles of the panels, or the board and batten, whatever that design is. I'm fine with the glass in the door as well. But I could see the potential, given that we need to balance longevity, maintenance, costs. I mean, old buildings require a lot of maintenance, so I'm leaning towards the use of a composite door with examination of the details to ensure that they are really authentically fabricated and the details replicate a historic door. And I'm fine with the windows. If they could be set back in, that would be fantastic. I think it just adds another level of depth to the facades. Right now, the windows look very flat, and we know that's not really how they would have been built originally. So if it is possible to set them back in, I think it would be a much more enjoyable little structure. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Burdett. If there's no more comments, I'll finish up. I concur with Commissioner Haynes's comments in total. I too would support looking at a composite door material, but you need to do your research because we will not accept a contractor's special, off the shelf from a Lowe's or Home Depot. It's got to be a very good quality door, because this is a historic property. And I appreciate security. I appreciate the thermal need, as well as, just the longevity of the door, but it also needs to look appropriate, which is going to be rather difficult with a composite door, to find that kind of thing. So you might, while you're looking at composites, also look at some of the manufacturers who do period specific doors, because they will be using also new materials. It doesn't mean you have to stick with just wood. But we do appreciate you're going to have a hard time finding wood of a density that would be appropriate for this door at this time. Commissioner Dolan just clicked up. So go ahead, Commissioner Dolan.
This is kind of a comment towards staff. This resource is designated a master plan site. Are we subject to more stringent requirements on this particular property, or are we allowing a lenient interpretation that a composite material would be okay here? So I'm kind of asking staff. I know staff recommended wood, and I can support a wood door because I think you can come up with wood that will last 20 years. I mean, a wood door can last, if it's made out of mahogany or something like that. You can have it there for 20 years with very minimal maintenance on it. So like I said, I supported the staff's position on the door. I think it would look better if it was that way. But my question is, are we subject to treating this a little bit differently because it's a master plan site? Thank you.
This is Rebecca Ballo for the record. I'll take that question. Basically, yes. When a site, so the master plan sites can be designated for historical, cultural significance, but also architectural significance as well. This building holds designations in those categories. And yes, typically for the master plan sites, there is a higher and more stringent level of scrutiny on the architectural detailing and the material appropriateness of alterations to the historic buildings themselves, as opposed to in a district where, even for the outstanding resources in the district, it is a collection of the resources. So you are really looking at the impact on the district as a whole. And here we are just looking at the one site. So yes, it does receive a higher level of scrutiny.
All right. Well, I think you've heard our comments that in general, we're supportive of the replacement of the windows. It would be nice to be able to see them inset into the building a little bit further, possibly. I don't know if we could find any literature in the county that for other similar properties to see how their windows were installed as well. And the doors, before you go with a composite, you should be doing some research on finding authentic, or companies that can do an authentic vintage or period specific door. And if you can't find something, then start working your way forward with a composite probably being almost the last choice you would have that might be acceptable. But other than that, we applaud your continuing work on this building. It is a treasure in the county. We're happy to see it's getting work on it. We're glad to see that the dormers in the back were put on. It's been a long time. So it's good to see work progressing from 2020. So, if you can talk with staff, they'll help you going forward. And hopefully we'll see you with a hop on this, because in general, we are supportive of this project. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. We are now at preliminary 2C at 24227 Hawkins Landing Drive. Is there a staff report?
Yes, there is, Madam Chair. Give me one moment. I apologize. Right, you see that all right? This is a preliminary consultation for alterations to 24227 Hawkins Landing Drive of Harmstead and Gaithersburg. The property is known as the Bowen Woodfield Farm Master Plan Site and will be reviewed under the Montgomery County Code and Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation. The house was constructed around 1891 on what was then a 186-acre dairy farm. The property is now around 11 acres with 2 contributing resources, the house, the dwelling house, and dairy barn. The designation notes that the property is representative of a progressive era farmstead and that the house is noteworthy for architectural styling popular in the early 20th century, but found mainly in Chevy Chase and Bethesda, and that the character-defining features of the house include bracketed eaves, molded window cornices, and corbelled chimneys. The following slides will show some existing conditions of the property. The front facade, the rear west elevation that faces a long driveway, the south side, north elevation, and some broader views of the property, including the large lawn around the house, looking out towards the fields and towards the dairy barn. For this application, the applicant seeks guidance on several discrete alterations, including fenestration and cladding changes to a non-historic rear shed addition, removal of a small vestibule, installation of new window openings, replacement of an attic window, and installation of new bluestone terraces and walkways. We can walk through each of these changes. First, the new window proposed on the front east facade. Staff finds that the proposed window has minimal impact to the building design, and that the wood sash complements the existing materials, and that the smaller dimension and 1/1 appearance differentiates it from the old, and we'd recommend approval of this item under standards 2 and 9 in Chapter 24A 8B. Next, alterations to the non-historic rear shed addition on the west elevation. Staff finds that these alterations do not destroy historic materials, maintain the proportions and materials of the original house, and are compatible but differentiated from the old, and recommend approval of this item under standards 2 and 9 and Chapter 24A. Next is removal of a vestibule on the south elevation. The applicant proposes to remove this existing gable vestibule covering the cellar entrance and replace it with a steel Bilco door and install a window in the first floor facade. The staff has not determined the precise age of this vestibule, but does note that the detailing is similar to that of the main house with matching lap siding, Dutch lap siding, slate roofing, overhanging eaves, and other details that suggest it was added in the early 20th century, but may not be an original feature of the dwelling. Staff finds that the gable addition is not a character-defining feature of the historic resource and would support its removal. The proposal calls for a new 2/2 double-hung wood sash window that matches the design, material, and dimensions of the other windows on this elevation in the location of the removed vestibule. And staff finds that this alteration would not adversely affect the character-defining features of the dwelling, satisfies Standard 2 as well as Chapter 24A 8B1. Also on the south elevation, the applicant proposes to replace an existing 2/2 double-hung window with a casement window. The application didn't provide details on the proposed window or the justification for its replacement within the submission. Standard 6 calls for deteriorated historic features to be repaired rather than replaced, and notes that when the severity of deterioration requires replacement of a distinctive feature, the new feature will match the old in design, color, texture, and where possible materials. Additional information should be provided for this window replacement with the HOP. On the north elevation, the applicant proposes to install a new attic level casement window with shutters abutting the gable and exterior brick chimney. The window would mimic the appearance of a 2/2 double hung wood sash windows on the elevation. Staff finds that this size and location of the proposed window would directly affect the original barge board, and that the scale of the window is inconsistent with the character of the dwelling, and that while the south elevation features a similar window in its attic, that elevation lacks an exterior chimney. Most houses of this era with an exterior chimney feature smaller windows in the attic compared to the lower story. The staff suggests that the HPC discuss an appropriately sized window that respects the design and material of the house, and recommends that the commission prioritize compatibility over differentiation due to the limited scope of alterations on this facade. That windows of an inappropriate size would negatively affect the character defining features of the house, failing to satisfy standard 9. Next, we have installation of new bluestone terrace connected to the front porch and rear addition by bluestone walkways. A note on the cover sheet indicates that additional grading will be necessary to accommodate new terraces, etc., but the modified grading is not shown in the current submission, and the terrace and some walkways are not shown in elevation or section. Staff finds that provided the grading and excavation are minimal and a tree survey demonstrates that the proposal will not adversely impact any significant trees, a bluestone material is compatible with the historic property, and the proposed walkways and terrace will not have an adverse effect on the property and will satisfy standards 2 and 9. One item not included in the original submission, but which the applicant brought to the staff's attention and requested be included for discussion, is the potential removal of the corbelled chimney on the south side of the house. The corbelled chimneys are identified in the designation of the property as character defining features, and staff finds that the removal of the chimney would destroy a historic feature that characterizes the property and fail to satisfy standards 2 and 9. The application originally submitted does show support on the inside, removal of the interior structure, but support of the chimney at the attic level. So staff recommends some additional materials be submitted with the HOP, including window specifications and photographs of any windows proposed for replacement, grading details, and bluestone paving materials and siding specifications and samples, and a tree survey. Finally, staff seeks HPC feedback on the appropriateness of each of the proposed alterations detailed previously and listed here, and welcomes any additional feedback and comments. And if you have any questions for the staff.
Commissioner Haynes? Or I'm sorry, Commissioner Galway.
Thank you. This is Commissioner Galway. Yeah, I have one question about, you mentioned that the vestibule that leads down into the basement, defining feature. And when I see it just visually, even though it may not be of the original construction, I think it has a lot of character defining quality. So I was just curious why you made that determination.
I think we felt, since we couldn't date it precisely and it was a relatively minor feature, that it perhaps didn't rise to the level of character defining.
Okay, no, that's fair enough. Thank you.
Commissioner Nasser?
This is Commissioner Nasser. Sorry if I missed it or misunderstood. Could you please clarify if the chimney is removed from the interior, or if this is just you just see it on the exterior? You mentioned something about
the current plans do propose to remove the chimney, the interior structure, and support it at the attic level, but showed it being retained above.
Above
yeah, so here you can see that structure.
All right, thank you.
Any more questions? If not, I have one last one. You mentioned a casement window up in the attic, an addition of or a replacement of an attic window to be a casement. Could it possibly be for egress reasons that it's code required?
Yes, I do believe that is the case. And the applicant indicated that after we spoke, after the staff report was written.
Okay. if there are no more questions, we'll move on to the applicant's presentation. So the applicant is Carol Clayton and the architect is Bill Kerwin. Welcome back, Mr. Kerwin. And you have 7 minutes as a team to make your presentation or to answer our questions.
Great, thank you. And it's good to see everybody again. We first want to thank Laura Di Pasquale for her very thorough staff report, and appreciated her coming out to the site and seeing everything firsthand. That was very helpful. I think the staff report did a great job sort of incorporating all of the aspects of what we hope to affect the changes on this historic residence. And I'll just quickly summarize that approach, the approach that we took, and give a little bit more background on those attic windows that I think the chair was suggesting. Our general goal was to avoid additions to this historic house, which would alter its character more significantly. So instead, we sought to maximize the home's spatial potential on the interior and minimize alterations to the exterior. So to this end, we proposed removing the large south chimney mass on the interior of the house on all levels. That chimney mass is about 7 feet by 7 feet. It's very unusual. I've never seen anything like it on the interior of an historic house. So removing it on the interior provides us lots of opportunities to create better living spaces on the inside of the house without having to do additions. We then sought to make various interior renovations to all levels of the house. And those are all shown in the proposed plans that you have in front of you. We're going to rebuild the attic stair. It's currently not code compliant. It's a very steep riser tread stair. We're going to rebuild it to make it code compliant so that we can make the attic habitable. And you'll see in the plans that we're going to try to create 2 offices on the attic level, but the owners also want those to serve as bedrooms. And that is why the two attic windows are proposed in the project. We'd like to replace the south attic window so it will meet egress requirements. The existing double hung that is there now does not. And then we plan to insert a matching attic window on the north facade. So we actually thought that was a logical approach to the north facade for that attic window, because it's essentially matching the historic window that was installed on the south facade, at least in its size and placement. Other exterior alterations supported in the staff report are just to further support the interior renovations we're doing, including the new windows that are inserted, as well as the renovation of the existing kitchen and the non-historic shed roof addition to create a new mudroom entrance. That west side effectively is the entrance into the house. The probably historic entrance was the porch side, where guests used to arrive, but now today with the division of the properties and the subdivision, that west side is now the effective front entrance to the house. We're going to renovate and as I mentioned, renovate the existing kitchen to serve as light-filled mudroom, and the living room window where the cellar access structure is now will help bring southern light into that living room space, that larger living room space that we're creating. And then also the small window, that was the first point made in the staff report, on the east facade, is to help bring a little bit of light into that new stair hall that we're creating. And as the staff mentioned, the owners would also like to hear from the commission the possibility of removing the chimney that will remain above the roof currently in the plans. It's a fairly complicated steel structure that's necessary to support that chimney, but we would like to hear the commission's thoughts on that. So with that, Carol is on the phone. Carol Clayton is on the phone. Carol, if you have any additional comments or any additional statements you'd like to make, please go ahead.
No additional comments from me other than to thank Laura. It was nice to meet her in person, and we appreciate all the work that's going into this.
Well, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the applicant from the commissioners? Well, I have one about the chimney mass in the house. That thing I've never seen anything like that in such a small house. That looks like something more for a very large estate manor house. Is there any signs that you've been able to see that it was once a bread oven or had a water tank in it or something? for heating. It just is a huge mass. I've never seen anything like that.
Well, this and Carol, you maybe can speak your knowledge of the house, having lived in it all these years. But there is a fire, what looks to be an old fireplace in the cellar. So that may have been the place where food was prepared at some point, and the chimney may have had 2 flues. There's also a more modern fireplace in the existing living room. So it's been altered on the first floor to modernize it. And that was probably at some point, whatever the historic flue was in the cellar was abandoned. I only see currently 1 outlet at the top of the chimney. So I assume that's for the fireplace on in the living room on the first floor. And there's no fireplace on the upper level. Possibly there was at some point, but that's covered over. And of course, there's nothing in the attic other than the rest of the chimney mass. But it's about a 7-by-7 footprint on the first floor, reduces down to 6-by-6 on the second floor, and about 5-by-5 on the attic level.
So what would be required to support the chimney at the top above the roof line, assuming that there's no need for anything, the flue doesn't need to go down any further than that, or
So it requires a fairly elaborate steel structure that has to go all the way down to the foundations. The steel structure to support the full removal of the chimney at the attic level has to follow the rafter line in the attic and be tied together at the attic level to keep it from spreading open. And then that load has to be transferred with steel columns all the way down to the foundation.
Could you possibly relocate the chimney to the exterior wall, or even out to the exterior wall, so it comes up like the other chimney, the more modern chimney does, so that you're basically rebuilding what is above the roof line, but you are maintaining that masonry history of sorts, but you're getting rid of all but 2 feet of depth of it?
I guess the answer is you could. I'm not sure it's in the interest of the owners to have an additional chimney in that location on the exterior.
Well, looking at what I'm doing is I'm looking at the plan, and obviously it is much closer. Once it gets up to the attic, it is very close to the exterior wall. So really, if you kept the mass directly below it, straight down, and just start cutting off the bigger mass down on the first floor, I mean, you should be able to maintain the mass coming down to a point where you've eliminated at least half of this stuff off, and without even moving the chimney. And if you rebuilt the chimney closer to the exterior wall, then you're talking about a bump out in the wall. This chimney is a character defining feature of the exterior. It seems a shame to lose it, but I appreciate that you've got a 7-by-7 masonry block in the middle of in the living room, and a somewhat smaller one in the second floor. But there should be some way to find a compromise. Let me put it that way. Find a compromise.
Okay, well, I mean, we'll have to look at that. It would affect things on the second floor as well as on the first floor as far as furnishings and things like that. So we'll certainly take it into consideration.
Okay, Commissioner Haynes, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Continue with the chimney question. Bill, it looks like looking at the attic floor plans, that the chimney reduces in size as it goes through the roof. Is that graphically? It looks that way.
Yeah, it comes down below the roof about halfway to the floor, and then there's a wider base that it sits on. Then that wider base, which is about 5 feet by 5 feet, goes down below the attic floor, sits on a 6-by-6 base on the second floor, and then that 6-by-6 base sits on a 7-by-7 base. So they simply were, you physically tapering it as they got.
Right.
Yeah.
So to support you're supporting a smaller mass is, I guess, my point, as it goes through the roof. You're not supporting a 5x5 at the attic ceiling level. So feasibility wise, it's still going to require steel, but not quite the tonnage of masonry that you have below that level. I think adding or moving the fireplace chimney sort of negates the historic nature of it, and I would prefer to just keep the strategy of supporting it through the roof. It is a character-defining feature. Be nice to have the fireplace as an authentic fireplace, but I understand spatially why you're doing it. So, another question on the basement stair structure. What's the foundation? Is the original house is the rubble stone foundation? Is there any evidence of the foundation of that covered stair structure?
I don't have that information at top. I don't recall at the top of my head. I don't know if Carol, if you or Dan can, once you're walking along the side walls of that stair, is it?
I'm not clear what stair we're talking about.
This is the cellar stair.
Oh, the cellar stair. And so, oh no, it's just like a wooden, somebody added this wooden staircase later, and there's actually like on the wall, instead of the, you see the concrete stair. So instead of the stone wall that you see in the rest of the basement, I guess you're calling it rubble, it's actually concrete. So they poured concrete at some point, right?
Yeah, I suspect that there was a cellar entrance here at one point, but it probably was, you know, an agrarian version of a Bilko, you know, a historic version of a Bilko door. And then probably at some point, maybe to protect it from water getting into the cellar, this structure was built, is what I guess, but that's complete conjecture on my part.
Got it. And then one last question. When I was looking at the exterior elevations, particularly the north elevation, I initially didn't put the connection that the window was offset because of the internal chimney and fireplace. And so if I hear what you were saying earlier, you are simply sort of mimicking that philosophy of the offset due to the masonry chimneys on the I guess that's the north side that you're proposing to do that. Is that correct logic?
Our logic was, you know, a see if we can get an egress window in that location, and then it worked to put it in the exact corresponding spot as on the south elevation. It would also have a pair of shutters. One would be laying flat against the house. The other would be laying angled against the chimney mass that you don't see in that elevation. So our thought that was a very logical way to approach adding a window as opposed to doing something completely different, a different size, a different character.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Commissioner Dillman?
Actually, Commissioner, I already asked my question. I was worried about this window that's on the north elevation. It's required for egress. Is that my understanding? That's a required window?
Correct.
And the north elevation, you got the drawing up here. And my other question, which you've answered already, is that I only see one shutter here, but obviously you just told me that the other shutter is against the chimney and I can't see it. So it just looks odd with one shutter all by itself. So I guess my point would be you don't even need a shutter up here. You know, you could just do away with the whole thing and just have a window and no shutters, because it looks like to me it actually cuts into the fascia board on the gable. But
well, that's what it does on the south. That's what it does on the south elevation.
It does the same thing on the south also?
Yeah.
I just thought it looked kind of odd, but I understand the situation because you answered the question already. Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any more questions from any of the commissioners? If not, I do have one last question myself, is about those attic windows. Are those the minimum size for the egress requirement? Can
No,
those
they could be slightly smaller. I think the smallest size we can do is probably about, these windows are about 5 feet tall by 2 feet 7. I think we can do a 3 foot by 4 foot window. We could also do a closer to a 2.5 foot casement by 5 feet tall. So they would still be slightly smaller than these windows. But the logic was, we're going to try to replace a window within the exact same opening, exact same exterior character on the south elevation. Because I don't think we want to fully replace that window and introduce a whole new window up there. And then bringing to the north elevation that exact same window.
Okay, thank you. All right, that closes out the question session. We'll move into our comments. If somebody'd like to lead off. If not, I will start. I'll start at the top with the windows. Because these are attic windows, it's not unusual to have attic windows that don't have shutters and are smaller. And cutting into the board is not, it's just looks odd. So my suggestion would be to take that window small enough that it meets the code requirements, but isn't messing around with the sideboard. And I wouldn't bother with shutters at all, since they are both attic windows and, you know, are a little bit different. If they match from both sides, side to side, that's fine. That works. I don't have a problem with what you're doing on the back kitchen addition. I think it looks better. It's going to look better. I don't have a problem with the siding or getting rid of the little porch cover. I don't actually have a problem with getting rid of the cellar stair either and putting a Belco door in its place. I think the window on the front of the house that you want to add, I don't have a problem with adding the window. It just looks a little small and inconsequential for that facade. I don't know if it wants to be as big as the other windows up on that second floor. I think it could do that, or be a little, you know, maybe just a single 1/1 single glazed over the door to match the door width, but it just looks a little undersized. And then to close out with the chimney, it's a character defining feature. I could not support removing it entirely, just eliminating it. I think the if you don't keep the original, I think then the answer is to build a chimney to balance out the one on the other end of the house that has the same pattern and construction for a contemporary chimney that reflects what is there now. But yeah, I understand you want to get rid of the mass. That's an incredibly massive chimney. I think depending on what you do, if you get to get rid of that mass on the interior, I think take some photographs and see if you can find what was going on in there and record it, because that's a really interesting feature that is not the norm around here or any place that I've seen. But I think you do need to maintain, you need to keep a chimney and rebuilding that chimney in a slightly different location, I think, is going to be your answer. But that's my opinion. Commissioner Haynes, what is yours?
Thank you. I generally concur with Commissioner Burdett's comments. I do think the front window does seem a little small scale-wise relative to the adjacent windows. I see the head of the window's been brought down. Maybe it just needs to be a size or two larger. Personally, I wouldn't mind the window matching the other three windows with the shutters on a house like this, but I do share that comment that it seems out of scale. I'm kind of more in keeping the chimney where it's located and supporting it at the attic line. I think moving it inauthentic to the original house. So I think everything else is fine. The mudroom renovation is fine. With regard to the attic window, I understand the rationale. I do like the idea. It's a quirk of one of those architectural oddities that makes the house unique because of the original interior chimney coming up. I think I'm okay with the size.
You're muted.
House that happens on all 4 facades, and therefore I could support the window as designed pretty much. With regard to the basement stair enclosure structure, it appears that it's not the same period, although it's a really good replication of the details. I think I'm fine with removing that if there's clear evidence that it was a later addition and not original to the house. But otherwise, I think it's a very nice project, and look forward to seeing a hop on it.
Commissioner Galway?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Galway. I generally agree with the other commissioners. I think it's a project that I could support. Regarding the chimney, I really do think it has to remain, and I would not be a fan of actually relocating it to the edge. One consideration might be, would it be possible to evaluate it and temporarily dismantle it? I don't know if it's double width with tile, or not sure how it's constructed, but you might be able to deconstruct it and lighten it up, maybe eliminate an interior with the brick or the clay tile, and then rebuild it in a lighter fashion so that you don't have to add quite as much structure below. That's my only comment. Thank you.
And if that is the last of the comments, and I think you've heard our comments that we're generally in support of this project almost entirely, and the only issues are the big issue physically and literally and figuratively is the chimney, and then the front window I think the attic windows are about the only thing that we might support a alteration. Work with staff on the chimney and your engineer with talk to him about the chimney and see if you can come back with a hop on this, because we're in general support of this and
Right.
would like to see it move forward, and possibly the chimney could be a separate issue if you want to move forward with everything else.
Can I ask a quick clarifying question?
Certainly.
Yeah, Commissioner Burdette, you mentioned, and I want to just understand your comments about the attic windows. You were talking about shutters not being appropriate on attic windows. Now, the existing south attic window does have shutters. I don't think you're suggesting we're to remove those, or are you?
No, I would not. If that's an existing window with shutters.
Yeah, that's an existing window, and we're simply wanting to replace it with a casement of the same size.
Yeah.
So that we can meet egress, and that's what we're trying to carry over onto the north elevation as well.
But the other window, the existing one, the shutter covers the inboard, the sideboard, but the window itself doesn't cut into it, does it? Is it off?
The trim does. The casing around the trim around the window cuts into that board.
Okay.
Just ever so slightly, and we would be mimicking the same.
So it would be
the exact same window, exact same location on the north side.
Okay. Then you can ignore my comment about it then, because it does make sense.
Okay.
And
great.
It is, it's an existing condition that you're mimicking, so you can scratch that comment, at least from me.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Hope to see you back soon.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Moving on to preliminary Oh, before we move on, we're going to move on to 3806 Williams Lane. Do we need a 5-minute break from anybody?
Yes, please.
Huh?
Yes, please.
Yes,
Okay.
okay, we
Yes,
have a
good staff
5-minute
5-minute break.
let's make it till 10 o'clock. How about that? That'd be about a 7-minute break for everybody. Okay?
Thank
All
you.
right, 10 it is. Thanks.
All right, commissioners and members of the public, we are now back live.
This is Chair Burdett. We're moving on to preliminary 2D at 3806 Williams Lane, Chevy Chase. And is there a staff report?
There is, Madam Chair. This is a preliminary consultation for 3806 Williams Lane in Chevy Chase. The property is known as the Williams-Wergman Master Plan Site. The proposed work, which will include construction of a rear addition and accessory building, will be reviewed under Montgomery County Code and the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation. The house, which was constructed in 1895, is significant for its association with the Williams family, who settled in the area before it was transformed by suburban development. The house is also significant for its vernacular Victorian design, typical of folk housing of the period, which includes period details such as Queen Anne windows, a wraparound porch with classical columns, and corbelled chimneys. The 1999 designation of the property also called out the significance of the property's environmental setting, noting that along the western boundary of the property line are a line of trees, including oak, walnut, and poplar, estimated to be about 100 years old, which should be protected. This property line was the original western limit of the Williams Farm, established in 1883. Run quickly through some existing conditions photos. See the asymmetrical cross gable T-shaped plan house occupying the eastern half of the large parcel, and a large side yard occupying the western half. Views from Williams Lane. Entering the side yard and looking towards the west elevation of the house. Side yard looking towards the rear of the property where the accessory structure is proposed. Two more views of the west side of the house. And the rear where the addition is proposed. Coming around the east side of the house towards the rear and the east side front. A few more views of the property as a whole, which can be a little challenging to photograph owing to the tall trees, some overgrowth, and privacy fencing. So for this preliminary consultation, the applicant seeks guidance on the construction of a two-story rear addition and freestanding accessory building and driveway. The existing house is T-shaped in plan with an overall footprint of around 28.5 feet wide by 36.5 feet deep. The footprint of the proposed addition would be approximately 35 feet by 33 feet. The height would roughly match that of the existing building. Plans call for the retention of a 2-foot return of the existing rear wall at each corner, with the addition extending in that narrower width for 7.5 feet before widening to 35 feet, aligning with the plane of the existing west elevation and extending approximately 6.5 feet in width beyond the plane of the existing east elevation. The first and second floors of the proposed addition would match those of the existing building, and an intersecting gable roof set 1 foot lower than the ridgeline on the existing roof would connect the addition to the existing building. The side gables along the east and west elevations would match the height of the existing roof. The addition would be clad in 5-inch reveal painted composite Dutch Cove lap siding to match that of the existing building, with painted composite trim and clad 2/2 simulated divided light windows. The specific types and brands of the siding and trim are not specified, nor is the window cladding type. The proposed garage has a footprint of 20 by 23 feet and an average height of 23.5 feet. Features a front gable roof with large shed dormers on the sides and divided light fenestration. The garage would be set back over 80 feet from Williams Lane and accessed by a new curb cut and driveway, which the applicant has identified as gravel or brick double track leading to a tinted concrete parking pad in front of the garage. The driveway would be immediately adjacent to the house, leaving a large portion of the yard intact. Fencing is not identified in the application. So I'll just walk through very quickly the proposed elevations and renderings. And I know the applicant can do that some more. We did call out that the existing chimneys are not shown on the existing conditions drawings and should be included in the final construction packet. Existing and proposed. All the proposed is obviously shaded in yellow. All right. So to the staff findings, the staff is generally supportive of the concept of a rear addition and detached accessory building, but found that aspects of the proposed design, particularly the size and scale of the addition, do not meet the applicable standards. For the most part, the application proposes to retain the historic character of the property with removal of historic materials limited to the rear wall and portion of the rear roof slope, which is in keeping with Standard 2. the location of the proposed addition at the rear and use of intersecting gable roof that's lower than the existing roof ridge provides some differentiation between the new and old, identified as key to a successful addition in Standard 9. And generally, the fenestration of the proposed addition is compatible with that of the existing house in terms of scale and rhythm. The side gables on the east and west elevations of the proposed addition rise to the same height and are the same width as those of the historic building. The footprint of the proposed rear addition is 3 feet shorter and 6.5 feet wider than that of the existing building. And the east elevation shows a prominent new chimney. Staff notes that the Secretary of the Interior guidelines for rehabilitating historic buildings, which extrapolates on the standards for rehabilitation, provides guidance on new exterior additions and related new construction, explaining that generally a new addition should be subordinate to the historic building. A new addition should be compatible but differentiated enough so it's not confused as historic or original to the building. Given the scale and massing of the addition, nearly matching that of the existing house, doubling the size of the building, along with the extension of the addition beyond the plane of the historic building and use of a prominent exterior chimney, the staff felt that the addition does not present as subordinate and recommends it be reduced in size and scale. Depending on the cladding material, the addition may also be difficult to differentiate from the historic building. And the proximity of the projecting covered stoop and proximity to the existing bay window detracts from the historic features of the existing building. And staff recommends simplifying the proposed side entry or shifting it further towards the rear. As presented, staff finds that the addition fails to comply with Standard 9 or the guideline for new exterior additions and related new construction. Regarding the proposed garage or accessory building, staff finds that the siding of the structure at the rear of the property and features of the proposed design, use of pervious paving material for the new driveway is compatible with the historic property, provided no substantial trees are damaged by the construction. Staff has identified several elements that should be included in the HOP submission. As previously noted, documentation of the historic chimneys should be included. Existing skylights that are not historic are also not shown in the existing conditions drawings, but should be documented for the HOP drawings. Next, the application purports that the existing windows are in poor condition and proposes to replace them in kind with painted wood, true divided light, double hung windows. Provided the severity of deterioration is such that the windows cannot be repaired, replacement to match the original appearance would satisfy Standard 6. And documentation of the window condition and full specification packets should be submitted with the HOP. Third, the site plan shows 2 large existing trees, which the designation of the property in the master plan amendment identify as character defining features of the property. No formal tree survey was submitted as part of the application, but the applicants did send a letter Tuesday afternoon, from an arborist regarding the front tulip tree, indicating potential failure within a 5-year period. And so perhaps the applicants can speak to that more. And other trees on the property have yet to be evaluated. Next, the current application only includes front and rear elevations of the garage, and for the HOP, all 4 elevations should be shown. The HOP should also include a grading plan with any required stormwater features identified, as well as full specification packets for all proposed materials and confirmation of compliance with zoning regulation. So finally, staff seeks HPC feedback on the appropriateness of the project, including the scale and massing of the rear addition, construction of the accessory structure, its location, scale and massing, suggested cladding material for the addition and accessory structure, appropriateness of the driveway, and if so, preferred material, and any other comments you may have. And given the late submission of information on the front tulip tree, staff also seeks HPC feedback on potential tree removal.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? Commissioner Doman.
Yes, this is Commissioner Doman. You had mentioned that the proposed addition to this property is almost the same as the current house. Do you have like number of square feet or a percentage? Is this addition 90% of the current house, or is it 100% of the current house, or is it? I'm curious on how much more we're adding to the existing house. Do you know that in square feet?
The site plan shows the footprint of the existing house as 919 square feet and the proposed addition as 906 square feet.
So we're almost the same, it's very much the same.
Very close.
Okay, and do you have the square footage for the garage also, or the like, ADU?
They're showing it the footprint as 480 square feet.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Burdick. Speaking to the garage, is it allowed to set back beyond the rear setback like that? Do you know?
I believe based on the Chevy Chase Section 5 building code that it can set back beyond the 20-foot rear building line, but the applicant can probably speak to that
Okay.
more
And
eloquently.
I guess I would be curious to see if they're pretty close up to the rear of the house, being close to the rear setback, but can a covered porch set back into that area as well, or do you not know?
I do not know.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions for staff? If not, we have two speakers tonight. The first one is Luke Olson, the agent or the architect for the owner, and he will speak first for 7 minutes. And after that, we have public testimony from Nuala and Peter Bass, adjacent owners, and they will have 3 minutes. So Mr. Olson, welcome back.
Good evening.
And you can, you know this routine very well. You can make a presentation or answer our questions.
Sure. Well, I would like to just make a few statements regarding our application. Essentially, there is a client on board who has a study period and is trying to get a sense of what they can build on the property. And the two main aspects that they're primarily concerned with is the size and massing of the addition and the possibility of adding this driveway and the curb cut there to get off-street parking, given how narrow Williams Lane is and the limited parking that's available there. The tree complicates that, and so we would want to get your sense of, based on the arborist report, what's allowable in terms of removal of that tree, given it's a tuller poplar and it's a weak wood, and they're generally seen as not desirable. But I wanted to start here with this house that we received approval and did an addition on in Kensington. This is a primary one resource. This is an example of the concept that we had for this house as well, where we're utilizing a hyphen and then a rear addition to add the much needed space while breaking down the massing and pushing it to the rear of the addition and still feeling subordinate. Specifically, we looked at this one because it also had a large open lot to the right side, which we were looking to maintain and put a garage in the rear, and then push over to the left side where it was already kind of compromised in terms of the spacing of the lot and the massing of structures to get some additional space on the side where it's a little bit tighter, might be a little less visible. This isn't a master plan resource, it's a primary one resource though, so it was reviewed with a high degree of scrutiny and we feel like it was a really successful addition. Another project that we looked at when we were designing this is the house directly across the street. These two houses were built for daughters of the Williams family at around the same time. And so it's essentially a sister house is how I would describe it. And it's had a couple of additions over the years. The first one here was a rather large addition to the rear that almost doubled the depth and the size of the footprint on the first floor. And then subsequently, we received approval for a rear detached garage and accessory structure, which is quite sizable. And then this is something that we had designed for a previous owner and received approval for. So just looking at the size of a house and the amount of footprint that might be covered on these larger lots in this area on another master plan property, this is what we were studying when we were designing this addition. Just to spin you around the 3D model, the general concept, again, was to create this hyphen that recesses back and would be glassed out more and lowered in the roof, and then add a complementary gable addition that matched the details of the existing house, and then breaking the mass up as we continue around to the rear. Part of the reason that we're looking for this amount of square footage is the existing house has a historic stair, which it does not meet code. particularly the stair up to the attic level. And so we're providing a new stair, and unfortunately we need space to do that. And the space to chase it and be able to get it up to the attic without impacting the space available is directly behind the house in this hyphen, with an additional living space behind that. So that's part of the reason that we were looking at this depth of addition. Other than that, we were pushing off to this left side, as noted, trying to have about the same step as the existing T-shape to kind of mirror the architecture that's over there. However, we did receive the staff report in advance, certainly heard the feedback that they had, and developed another concept that we wanted to show to you in this meeting. We didn't have time to turn it around in advance in a way that we thought was suitable, but we could also, if you found it more acceptable, step back that second story and just project for one story on that left side to get the footprint that we need on the main level, but still reduce the massing and the overall feel when viewed from the street here. On the right side, we understand the staff's comments on the side entry, and we're open to modifying that. The thought here was that it's within the hyphen. It's a one-story piece that tucks down behind both the front porch and the side bay there, so it really wouldn't be so visible. We didn't feel like it competed either, given the amount of space that we have here. And in fact, we try to align and match the detailing all along here. And we just find a covered entry is a nice feature to have, especially if they are going to have a garage over here. We will be retaining these existing chimneys. Those aren't being removed. And we would also be planning to do a full renovation to the existing house to just rehabilitate what is currently a little bit of a derelict resource. It needs a lot of work, and they're committed to doing that, but kind of need to make sure that they're getting the square footage that they want out of it. And that's where we'd like your input. Regarding the tree, I can either talk about that now, or we can get in it during questions phase, but essentially the arborist said any impact to the root zone would probably be negatively impactful to that tree, but given it's a tulip poplar, they're known to fail in strong storms, just given the conditions of the wood of the tree, and the structure of the tree itself is poor. So he was recommending that it might be a candidate for complete removal, even though it was considered an important resource on the lot, just given that it might fall and damage this resource or another resource in the neighborhood. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Does anyone have, Commissioner Doman?
Thank you. This is Commissioner Doman. Maybe I missed, or maybe I didn't read everything in the presentation. What is the siding material that's going to be on the addition, and how does it, or does it not differ from the current siding on the house?
We propose to match the existing siding, but with a composite material, like a hardy or a boral. We just find that it's another clear way to differentiate is to use contemporary materials that can match the look on the addition. So between the hyphen and the materials, our thought was that would be enough of a differentiation from old to new.
And is the current house sided in wood siding and it's painted? And what you're putting up would be like a hardy board or hardy plank, and also be painted?
The existing siding is a painted wood, yes. And we would be painting the siding that we'd be putting up. Generally speaking, we'd like to match the details of the house just with composite materials.
Okay.
Commissioner Dominiani?
Hi, this is Commissioner Dominiani. Luke, thank you so much. We were speeding through here, and I wanted to clarify something you said. Did you say you would consider on the left elevation of the home shrinking down the size of that family room and the master bedroom above it to bring that that protruding plane back within behind the existing house as it is?
The concept was if the two-story mass that we originally proposed was too large, yes, we would consider taking the second-story portion of it and pulling it back so that it does not extend beyond the existing side walls of the house. but leave a one-story piece projecting beyond so that we could capture the footprint that they'd like to have on the first floor to get a kitchen and family room on that level of a decent size. But it would be a one-story mass similar to kind of the porch and the bay that you have on the right side, so hopefully more acceptable and helping break it down.
Okay, thank you. I think I understand now. Thanks.
Any other questions? If not, we will move on to the other public testimony from Mr. and Mrs. Bass. And you have 3 minutes to present your case or answer questions. I think you're going to have to present your case just so we know what you're talking, what your issue is.
Thank you for giving me the time. And my wife, Nuala O'Connor, is unwell, so she won't be joining tonight. So it'll just be me. I'm actually speaking. We live in the house directly across the street, the Frank Simpson house. Speaking to you tonight from that rear building, which would be, I guess, the cognate for what they want to do across the street. We don't have any views regarding the design of the house itself, so we have no objection to it, but that's not really the focus of our concern. The focus of our concern is really twofold. One, we strongly support the driveway. The street is very narrow, and the result of the lack of the driveway results in the fact that cars are parked directly in front of our driveway, making entry and exit exceedingly difficult on a regular basis. So we would strongly favor the cut of that driveway to alleviate the problems of street parking on that street. Second issue is we completely second the concerns regarding that tree. There have already been 2 major failures of trees on our street this year, resulting in extensive damage to roofs and, I think in one case, cars. Thank goodness nobody was hurt. We anecdotally spoke with the previous owner of this home. We've been in this house since 2018. They were concerned about the tree continually and raised it with the then owner. So we would strongly favor removal, but at minimum, we would want an arborist to take a very hard look at it and see what they could do. But we're very, very nervous that of that tree crashing through the front of our house or destroying some cars or what have you. So those are the 2 concerns that we have, and I appreciate the time. Happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? If not, we will move into our commentary. Would anybody like to start? Anybody? Commissioner Doman, thank you.
Okay, I guess someone's got to start. So I read the report by the arborist, and it sounds as if the tulip tree, even though it's very large, is and can be a hazard to the property owner and to the neighbors. And I support, even though the arborist wasn't clear that it was derelict and could be or should be cut down, it appears as if that would be a appropriate solution to get rid of that tree. So I support that decision. That opens up for the driveway, and opens up for the curb cut, and it opens up room to get the garage in the back of the property. And I also support the revised drawing that was put forth at tonight's meeting, not actually in the staff report, of a reduced second floor on the addition, which I think makes the proposed addition look more reasonable and appropriately sized for the property. So I support a smaller second floor. First floor, I think, because there's a kitchen there, I think that's understandable, but I would support the revised drawing that came in tonight. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Dominiani.
Hi, this is Commissioner Damiani. Yes, I agree with what Commissioner Doman has stated with regards to reducing the massing, as the architect had shown here with the revised drawings, not the one submitted, but shown during the session here. I think that the mass in general in the rear of the house is very large, and I think it does have the potential to overtake the existing home. And I agree with reducing it in that way, and I think it may help with visibility from the street too. That's all for me. Thank you.
Any more comments? If not, I will give my comments. The things I don't have a problem with. I don't have a problem with the removal of the tree if the arborist agrees. And I don't have a problem with adding the driveway, the curb cut, or the new garage, because I fully appreciate the issue of tight road or tight street and street parking and trying to get out of your own driveway. So those are not my issues. My issue is the massing of the addition and the fact that it is basically virtually equal to the size of the existing house. And most of that addition, once again, we see it so often, is essentially a family room and a master suite on top. And we see this a lot, especially in Chevy Chase, but this is not a large house. This is not a historic, massive mansion-ish looking thing like you see a lot of in, very formal house. In Chevy Chase, it's getting a huge addition. This is not that kind of house, and yet this is the kind of addition it's getting. And I can't support the original plan that was presented with the family room sticking out beyond the edge of the house and including the master suite above it. That's not appropriate. I think the hyphen is fine. I wouldn't do a columned little entryway over it. I think since it is a secondary rear entrance into the house, I think a bracket supported little roof would be appropriate, would serve the function without competing with anything on the original house. But that addition needs to be either scaled down or reconfigured so it doesn't extend beyond the edge of the house. Now, you gave some precedents that were very close, and you gave precedents that you had designed as a firm, and that's fine. But you also know that we do not base our decisions on precedent. Even if it's right next door, and even if we did it, we made the decision. But particularly if the decision goes back before this commission or any other commission, we do not deal with precedent. And with that in mind, and this being Chevy Chase, I appreciate it. And everybody wants their family room with the island, with the eating nook, with everything else. You need to figure out another way to do this. And I am not completely sold on having on your alternate plan, which is letting the family room stick out as an enclosed element, completely enclosed structure, and the master bedroom setting back in line with the house. Because that's kind of playing with what you're doing. This is a big lot, and over half of it, or a third of it, isn't even being touched. So I think you have to take another look at this, because right now I don't support this addition, the massing and the scale of it in relationship to the original house. With that said, I do support removal of the tree if the arborist agrees. I do support the driveway and the parking garage, and a general restoration of the house if that's what they choose to do. So those are my comments. If anybody else would like to add their comments, now is the time. Otherwise, you have, Commissioner Galway.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Galway. I'm not going to repeat what Vice Chair Burdett just mentioned, but she gets one vote, and it just so happens that my vote would be in line with her comments. So I think there's more than one that feel the same way, that the massing is just entirely too large for this building. Thanks.
And with that, the staff will give you a listing of our comments and you can speak with them about it and determine with the staff if you need to come back for another preliminary or if you can make enough changes to come back for a hop that would be approvable. But keep in mind, it has to be approvable. So thank you, Mr. Olson, and thank you, Mr. Bass. And we'll look forward to seeing you again.
All right. Thank you.
And moving on to our last preliminary is at 4722 Cumberland Avenue, Chevy Chase. Is there staff report?
Yes, there is, Madam Chair. I just want to thank the applicant and the HPC for being so patient, and this shouldn't take all that long. So this is a preliminary consultation for 4722 Cumberland Avenue in Chevy Chase. It's part of the Somerset Historic District. It's a post-1915 resource that was constructed in 1960. So this is reviewed under the Somerset Historic District Amendment, Chapter 24A, the Secretary's Standards, and because there's a deck, it also includes Policy 24-01, which is the adopted policy for the appropriateness of substitute materials for porch and deck flooring. So this is the subject property, side gable, colonial revival. When it was constructed, it had a one-story side gable roof over the attached garage. Sometime, my guess is in the 70s, it had the gambrel roof installed, creating a second floor above the garage. In the rear, a historic deck and patio was enclosed. You see that the shed roof off the rear, and there's a large flagstone patio off of the back. So the applicants proposed several changes, including modifying the second story above the garage, constructing a new front porch, modifying the existing rear addition and constructing a new rear addition, and then a new small deck off of the rear. So this is the existing site plan. It includes locations of major trees, patio, and then we have the yellow is all of the proposed expansions as part of the proposal. So on the front, the applicant again proposes to install a small front gable front porch supported by columns with a railing. And then the larger change is going from the gambrel roof to a side gable roof with exposed fiber cement siding and a window. You see the side, the profile changes significantly of the garage. And then you see small bump outs on the rear. And then what they call the sunroom is being extended further. And then in the rear, you see we've got a two-story rear gable addition with skylights. And then the two-story projection that you see in the bottom there is only 6 feet beyond the existing wall plane. And roof plan showing additional skylights, none of which will be visible from the public right-of-way. So staff finds that the materials proposed are appropriate for additions and new construction in the Somerset Historic District. Staff finds the proposed front porch is appropriately scaled for the existing house and finds that either square or round columns would be appropriate. Staff finds that a simply detailed wood railing would be more appropriate than the proposed Trex. Staff finds that the modification to the second story addition above the garage is actually more compatible with the character of the building. And staff finds the proposed additions to the rear are compatible in design with the size and scale of the house and will be minimally visible from the public right-of-way. Additionally, staff finds the placement of the proposed rear deck is appropriate. It won't be visible from the public right-of-way. However, the proposed Trex porch and railing are not consistent with the HPC's definition of a compatible substitute material, and staff recommends that that be changed. So staff recommends that the proposed aluminum-clad windows and doors have permanently affixed exterior and interior grills with a spacer bar between the glass. The submitted materials indicate that aluminum clad windows are proposed, but there wasn't a specification, so we just wanted to include that as they gear up for their HOP application. Staff recommends the proposed shutters match the materials design and installation method of the existing shutters. It's for the one set of windows above the garage. Staff recommends the deck materials be wood or a material that satisfies the definition of a compatible substitute material under the HPC's adopted policy. And staff recommends that the HPC require an arborist report to ensure that the proposed work will not damage any trees on site. There is an oak tree that's, I think, about 12 feet away from the proposed rear addition. So staff request HPC feedback regarding the appropriateness of the front porch construction, the design and materials for the second story modification above the garage, the compatibility of the proposed rear additions, and the need for any additional documentation to evaluate any impacts on the trees and the appropriateness of the proposed deck. I think it's a relatively straightforward project that satisfies most of our requirements. And with that, I'll answer any questions from staff.
Any questions, Commissioner Doman?
Yes, it's Commissioner Doman. Seeing how this porch is on the back of the house, and this is a post-1916 resource, do we even care what the material is on the decking on the proposed porch? I mean, you said Trex is not, I'm not a big fan of Trex, but you said Trex is not acceptable. What would be, or what is the criteria for determining what would be on the back of the house that's not visible on a post-1916 resource?
Right. So those were all outlined in the HPC's policy that was adopted a few months ago. And the requirements are that it is millable, that it can be painted or stained without voiding the warranty. For porch flooring, that it be installed in a manner consistent with a historic porch. So that would be, in most cases, tongue and groove. This is a deck, so planking would be appropriate. It has, the other requirement is, I think the fourth requirement is that it has a finished edge consistent with a wood finish. So in the HPC's adopted policy for non-contributing resources and evaluating new surfaces, they have to satisfy the requirement for what are identified as compatible substitute materials. So that's where those criteria are laid out as adopted by the HPC.
Any other questions for staff? If not, we'll move on to the applicant, Agnes Holland and Dahani Share. You have 7 minutes, or to make a presentation or to answer our questions.
Yes. So hi, my name is Tahani Sher. I'm the designer. And first of all, I would like to thank the commission and thank the staff for their report and presentation. And it seems that most of the things that we wanted to talk about have already been covered. So I'm going to be brief and just go over a few things. So number one is that we were lucky that the homeowners had the original architectural plans from 1960. So it was easy for us from the beginning to identify the elements that are original to the house and the ones that are not. And the item that I'm referring to here is the mansard roof or the gambrel roof over the garage. So the plans from 1960 show the garage as a single-story brick structure with a gabled roof. And then at some point, a second story was added, and this mansard roof was introduced. We feel that this roof is not compatible with the simple architecture and simple massing of the house. Add to that, the current condition of this roof is not great, and it requires a lot of repair. And in doing that, we would like to replace it with a gabled roof. It's just more simple and more in harmony with the general look of the house. We're also proposing the front porch. This is a small structure with simple design that is very common in many houses in Somerset. And as was mentioned, the additions at the back will not be visible from the street, except for some minor visibility on the west corner. And lastly, the materials and the recommendations included in the report, we are okay with all of them at this point. As we develop the specs for this project, we will follow the criteria for the materials approved by the commission and consult with the staff when we come back with the permit application. But in general, we reviewed all the material recommendations and we are in agreement. We have no issues with any of these recommendations. That's all I wanted to add, and we are ready to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions for the applicant? All right, let's move into commentary then. It's late. Does anybody have any comments about this project? Okay, I'll make some comments. I think I don't have a problem with any of this. I think it's a perfectly fine renovation to this house, and the addition and anything that gets rid of that mansard roof would be a big improvement. As far as the materials on the deck, talk with the staff about possible substitutes that they would approve of. But other than that, I don't think I really have any issues and could approve a hop. Commissioner Haynes.
You kind of took the words out of my mouth. I concur with Commissioner Burdette. I think the front entry is appropriate. The portico, I agree with the gable roof over the garage. That's architecturally consistent, and I am fine with the proposed rear additions and deck. So I would support the project going forward. Thank you.
And Commissioner Doman, you're the last.
Well, thank you. So I guess maybe I'm kind of purist in some sense on this thing, but this past week I was in Annapolis, Maryland, and I did a walk around of the historic houses, of which Annapolis is well known for all these historic houses. Curra House and the Hammond Harwood House. Okay, so in viewing these houses, they are similar. I would consider this a colonial, and typical of this style, which this house has, which is called a split pediment above the front door with an urn above it, was quite common in Annapolis. And changing that style to something that gives you like a little porch over your front porch, the flat part of it, to me, is not consistent with the architectural style of this house. In the neighborhood that I live in, all of our houses are of this style, and we have pediments above the front door. And there's been so many people that have gone to farmhouse front porches, where it goes the whole length of the house, and they put a big porch out there, and it totally is, to me, inconsistent with the colonial architecture. And everything that I saw in Annapolis was a very flat type of a pediment above the door. The columns would be in front of the brick. There'd be a plinth at the bottom. You have a header above that. Then this one here is a split pediment with the urn above it. This is very common in this style. Very common. You see it all over Annapolis. And I would like to see this retained. I just don't see any need to go to a little gable with two columns on the side. To me, that's not consistent with the architectural style of this house. And to me, I don't think that's even necessary for this house. I see that in the proposed, they put in it's been retained, but I don't think this is appropriate for this particular house. And other than that, I have no problem with anything on the recommendations, but I am not in favor of the roof over the open porch. So that's my comments. Thank you.
And I think that's it. You have our comments on this project and generally in support of it, and can look forward to seeing a hop. It is a 1960s colonial revival. So I'm not sure just how strict the tenets of colonial revival need to be maintained, but again, it's comment and it will be listed, it will be included in the list of comments. So I think we look forward to getting a hop soon.
So is there, sorry, but is there a final decision on the front porch? I would just like to say that this is actually, even with this kind of architecture, it's a very common design throughout Somerset. If you drive by, yeah.
Commissioner Nasser, would you like to add your opinion?
Yes, I didn't want to continue the discussion, but considering the need for the covered porch and the way you designed it, creating the arch, it's not covering the pediment. I totally support it. I don't think it's inappropriate. Thank you.
Commissioner Galway.
Yeah, that's Commissioner Galway. I support it as well. Thanks.
All right, there you go. Staff can provide a count of who said yes and who said no. And I think that's it. And thank you very much. And again, we hope to see a hop for this very soon.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, good night.
Good night. All right, folks, we made it through the preliminaries. So we have tax credits and minutes. Do we?
I can handle tax credits. So Group 6 has 11 applications consisting of $309,033.47.
Terrific. Would someone like to make a motion on this?
Sure, I'll make a motion. I recommend that the HPC approve the calendar year 2023 Group 6 tax credits.
Period, right?
Period.
Okay. I'll second that motion. All in favor say aye.
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 No nays or abstentions, correct? So that motion is passed. And meeting minutes, did anybody read them? I just read June 10th. Yes, June 10th, because I happened to be for that one, and that's fine. I did not read the second one because I did not attend it. So I say that I make a motion that we approve the July 10th minutes, July 10th, 2024 meeting minutes, separate from the July 24th meeting minutes. Do I have a second on the July 10th meeting minutes?
Commissioner Haynes, I'll second.
Yeah, I'd second those July 10th. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Haynes.
All in favor say aye.
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 Okay, thank you. And if you would bring back the July 24th meeting minutes next meeting, when one of us will have read them by that point.
Yes, we'll do that. No problem.
Okay, so anything left?
Nothing from the staff.
Terrific. Thank you. We do have a staff item that'll be deferred to another date, and I can't think of a commission item, so I think we are done. This meeting is adjourned.